Hello, everybody. Welcome to my first ever and hopefully annual NFL Draft live stream. If you are new here, I'm your host, as always, Jackson Kellogg. Can't wait to get into this great night, one of my favorite nights of the year. And if you're here, I hope it's one of your favorites too, as we're going to make this very good stream for you all, and I hope you all enjoy. So anyways, it is 7:30, started the stream, and the draft is going to start in about a half hour. So right now, we're just going to be going over some of the news that's been going on in the last few hours. Like you guys joining. Thank you, Zuria. Thank you, Mobile God. Thank you, Shosh. Hope I didn't botch those names. Anyways, welcome, and let's get started. As the first thing we're going to go over, as we all know, the first overall pick is going to be Trevor Lawrence, barring some crazy like Laramie Tunsil stuff that happened from last year. So, or not last year. It was many years ago. I forget exactly what draft, but I was watching it the other day. Laramie Tunsil, that video of him hitting the bong, that released 10 minutes before the draft started and caused his draft stock to drop from like a top 5 pick all the way down to what I believe was like the 13th overall pick. So hopefully none of that happens to any of these great prospects that are coming out. A lot of these guys look like they're going to be beasts. And Trevor Lawrence will be the presumed number 1 overall pick in the draft this year. So there was some news that was going on in the hours before the draft started, and that would be that Aaron Rodgers coming out and or not coming out to the media, but there were reports that Aaron Rodgers was telling the Packers he does not want to play in Green Bay anymore. That is some crazy news that was going to be very interesting to see how that goes with the draft. As just going into the ESPN article right now, he's saying he doesn't want to play for the Packers anymore. So this piece was written by Adam Schefter, so it's not by any like knockoff report or anything. So Adam Schefter is the one reporting this. As we've stated since the season ended, we are committed to Aaron Rodgers and beyond. So that's the Packers GM. So the San Francisco 49ers called the Packers Wednesday night, and the Rams inquired about Rodgers in January before they traded about Stafford. Rodgers to the Pats. So before I keep going, if Rodgers gets traded, I do think he's going to go to the 49ers. But I would not be opposed to him coming to the Patriots for the right price. Especially with the idea where if the Patriots don't want any of the quarterbacks from this draft, which I don't think is the case, I do think they like some of the quarterbacks from this draft. Next year's quarterback class doesn't look like it's going to be as stellar as this year. So Rodgers we could rock with for a few more years. And then the only con is that we'd be back in the same position we have this year. Rodgers would leave at some point, and then we'd be back in the same position where we're without an MVP caliber future Hall of Fame quarterback. So we'll see how that goes, but I would not be opposed to Rodgers coming at all. He just ran an MVP season. He hosted Jeopardy. I mean, who doesn't love that? That's just great. So it is a true report. Adam Schefter came out with it. Not really much else to put into it. There's been a whole lot of details that haven't come out yet, but the report is that Rodgers wants out of Green Bay. So if I had to make a guess as to what would happen if he does get traded, I would assume a trade to the 49ers in which they swap their first round picks and the 49ers give up something else. The people want to know the go-to NFL Sunday snack. Man, you can't get through football Sunday without a good bowl of Lay's. I love my Lay's with football. That's my go-to. Good question. But anyways, if Rodgers does get traded, I think he's going to the 49ers. It'll probably be a pick swap of the first, so the 49ers will get the third, and the Packers will get the later pick. I'm blanking on what spot they have right now. I think they're in like 29 or somewhere around there. So that's the spot I think they swap those picks, and then the 49ers give up a second and maybe Jimmy G to go along with it. So we'll see what would happen, but I'm guessing the 49ers would be the go-to trade destination. Would suck that it's in division, especially to a contender that already has a bomb roster. But I don't know what else that would be. Looks like our crawl at the bottom is looking a little odd, so I'm going to fix that before the draft starts. But thank you guys for showing up. Currently 2 viewers on stream, which is A-OK. Rocking with it. 3 likes already. Thank you guys so much. If you haven't already, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. Would be greatly appreciated. So it looks like the crawl doesn't like how long it is. So here's what we can do. What I'm going to attempt to do is make it a double crawl. So I know you guys can't really see what's going on right now, but so what the crawl at the bottom is doing is it's not showing all the picks. So right now, I'm going to try and remedy that. See what we get out of it. For the draft tonight, I'll be watching the ESPN coverage. Just thought I'd put that out there. I'll be watching the ESPN coverage, but not going to show anything on screen. I'm just going to report what I see going on there, and then give analysis on stream with what's going on. Kind of disappointed the crawl isn't working. I swear if you spoil it, will not be spoiling any picks as the draft goes. I don't think that's fair. I'm all for the intrigue. I forget what draft I was rewatching. I think it was the 2011 draft, where they just kept focusing on whoever was getting a phone call in the green room, and they were like, "Oh, that's the pick." It took the fun out of it. So no, I'm all for not spoiling picks. So we'll definitely prevent that from happening, as I myself am not a fan of that. So the most recent trade, first round pick wise, was the Baltimore Ravens traded away Orlando Brown to the Chiefs for a first round pick, and Ravens gave up a future second and a little bit more. So it was a really interesting pick swap, as it didn't really necessarily benefit the Ravens that much, other than they get a first round pick. So don't know how that's going to work for them, but who am I to judge? I honestly would have found a way to pay Orlando Brown. I don't think they expected him to pan out the way they did, but I mean, still, you're now looking at a very big issue with that offensive line. So that does lead to a bit of an issue. Alright, so I fixed the crawl a little bit, except now it's crazy fast. So, gonna pull that out for a bit. got it to work a little bit. We're still working on it. If you have any questions to throw in the chat, do not be shy. We have about 19 minutes before the draft starts. Right now they're going through national anthem and such, so go right ahead and throw those questions in the chat. TikTok, yes or no? Absolutely not. TikTok is, I'm not a fan of it, but that is just me. Do what you guys want. That's just not for me. Now the crawl's a little too slow. We're working on it. I'm not the most tech savvy. I give myself a little bit of props for figuring out how to even set up a crawl. Now that's too fast. If you guys have any of your own hot takes, go ahead, throw them out. Is the Tim Tebow stuff legit? I saw that. Okay, so I saw that recently. So the news right now with Tim Tebow is that he's working out with the Jacksonville Jaguars, right? He's working out with the Jaguars, and the idea is that that the Jaguars want to bring him in to be a tight end, which I remember that being a thing a long while ago, where he wasn't being successful as a quarterback, so they were going to transition him to tight end because of his size. I wouldn't be necessarily opposed to it. He is a freak athlete, so I don't think that would be too much of a problem, and I think it would be neat. Looks like I got the crawl working. I just want to make the font a little bit smaller. But other than that, as long as it doesn't mess up too crazy, which does not look that way, so. Almost there. And the crawl is set up. Boom. Figured it out. It's a little blurry, which I don't like too much. But got it figured out. So now we just got to make the text a little less blurry. If Tim Tebow does get signed, I think it would help Jacksonville a bit, as they don't necessarily have a ton of tight end depth. So like, I wouldn't be surprised if Jacksonville, say, like, found a way to trade up in the first round. So they have the 19th pick. So I would love, say, I would love trade up from that pick to go to move up back into the first. Like, if Kyle Pitts for some reason drops, which I don't think he will. I think he's going to the Falcons at 4. But say he starts to drop for some odd reason, I would love Jacksonville to trade back up and take Pitts. But I think more likely they're going to take Pat Freiermuth in the second round. I think that would help them out a lot, because they don't really have a tight end to use there. So the font is a little blurry. I don't understand why it's doing that. Little frustrated with that. But that's about what we have right now. I don't know why it did that, but we're rocking with it. It doesn't look too bad. I made it bold so that it didn't look too bad. But that's what we're rocking with right now. So, but we got all picks to fit in the crawl. So what I'm hoping is that as we fill out the crawl, so I'm gonna do like it's an ESPN type crawl where the players, they're gonna fill in. But my hope is that as I fill in the crawl, it's not like what happened earlier where the picks were not all the picks show up. That would be really frustrating. One note, so this is day 1 of the draft. I will also be doing a stream tomorrow for day 2 of the draft, so that's rounds 2 and 3. That stream will probably be starting around 6:30, so we'll see how tonight goes. We'll make adjustments from there. The idea is to get better every single time we do this, and we'll see how that goes. Right now on ESPN, they're talking about the Aaron Rodgers thing, so Adam Schefter's on the screen saying Aaron Rodgers is tells some at Green Bay he does not want to return to the team. Got work tomorrow. Rest in peace. I took off of work to do it. Got stuff going on this weekend too, so I took off of work tomorrow to do the live stream and not be completely tired for the weekend. But so we'll take a look at what's going on. Peter Schrager final mock draft. Yes, so here's Yahoo with the report. Tim Tebow worked out for the Jaguars, trying to for a comeback as a tight end. So we'll see how that goes. We'll check out Peter Schrager's latest mock draft. Eagles Patriots trade into the top 10. I wouldn't be surprised if either that happens. So Trevor Lawrence 1, Zach Wilson 2, Mac Jones 3. I think Trey Lance is going to go 3, but that's just me. Kyle Pitts 4, that makes sense. Penei Sewell, Jamar Chase. Wouldn't be surprised if either of those flip. They've got Philly trading back up for Surtain, New England trading up for Fields. As much as I've been against Fields, I wouldn't, like I said, I would love Fields to go to either the Niners or the Patriots because I think they would have the best shot at developing him. Trey Lance to the Broncos. I don't necessarily like that move after them trading for Teddy B. So they've got Bridgewater and Drew Lock there, and now you're going to draft a first-round quarterback. Doesn't make too much sense. J.C. Horn's moving up the board. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes late in the top 10. Jalen Waddle, Rashawn Slater, Elijah Vera Tucker, Jalen Phillips. Jalen Phillips a little high. Devontae Smith dropping a bit. Zaven Collins, Micah Parsons. Zaven Collins going ahead of Micah Parsons. That's a little bit of a shock to me. But we'll see how that goes. Kwity Paye going in the first round. Darisaw, Tevin Jenkins, Azeez Ojulari. This kind of makes sense. I don't think ETN goes to the Jets with the 23rd. Greg Newsome, Jason Owe, Tyson Campbell. I don't know how Tyson Campbell's climbing up the board. I'm thinking more Farley there. Morig to the Ravens. Not crazy about that. Elijah Vera, Levi Onwuzurike. I don't think Rousseau goes in the first round. I don't think Levi goes in this first, and I don't think Jamin Davis goes in the first. I honestly think the Buccaneers are going to trade back. But I'm not completely. I don't think this draft is too bad, but there's definitely been worse. So we'll see how that goes. Right now, so ESPN, they're talking about Falcons listening to trade offers, but they are most likely going to stay at the 4th overall pick. So we'll see how that pans out. I do think they stay. I don't think there's going to be much of a big thing about that. As far as the Patriots go, I think they should take a quarterback. Lawrence is probably going to be gone. Wilson's probably going to be gone, which leaves Justin Fields, Trey Lance, and Mac Jones. I want Mac Jones the most because I think he fits the Patriot mold the best. If Mac Jones does go 3rd overall, then I would still be okay with a trade up for Fields. Fields has still impressed in his time at Ohio State. My only knocks against Fields are that he's coming out of Ohio State. They haven't necessarily been the best over there. Julio Jones rumors. So the Julio Jones rumors right now are that the Falcons are offering Julio Jones up for trade. I don't know how that's going to work out, but I don't think that's going to be a thing before during the draft. If they do trade him, I think it's going to be after June 1st, where they don't have to have as much dead money for this year. But looking back at the quarterback, so Justin Fields, I went over it in my quarterback prospects video. So after the draft, if you want to go take a look at that, or tomorrow at some point, whenever you get the chance, do recommend even with all these quarterbacks being gone, it'll still give you an idea of what each of them are. Justin Fields was crazy accurate with Ohio State, and his adjusted completion percentage was 80%. So that takes out drops. So what it does is if a receiver dropped the ball, it didn't count it as a towards the completion percentage, at least for the adjusted. Average depth of target, 10.4 yards. Big time throw rate, 7.8%. Turnover-worthy plays, only 2.3% turnover-worthy plays. He didn't throw a ton of deep yards, but he also didn't throw a ton of screen yards. So he was a big in-the-middle-of-the-field guy. His only bad games this year were against Indiana, Northwestern. He rocked it against Clemson and did okay against Alabama. Had a great year this year with completion percentage non-adjusted of almost 70%. Threw for over 2,000 yards with a 22-6 touchdown interception ratio. So the best things about Fields were his accuracy. He's great at protecting the football. He's not turnover prone. He's dynamic in the running game and consistently attacking downfield. He's a great athlete. But again, so the knocks against him, my knock is that he's out of Ohio State. But PFF more on the idea is that he plays a tick slower than where you'd like. When in doubt, he holds the ball. Now, I did look at the film for that. This does make sense. He follows his first read and doesn't necessarily break off from that. And then when he does start to switch his reads, it's very slow. But yeah, if Fields did come to the Patriots, I would be okay with it. I would love it. I've said that I'm going to get the jersey of whatever quarterback the Patriots take in this draft. If they don't get one, then I'm going to be sad. So let's just hope it doesn't get to that point. Right now we are at about 7 minutes until the draft. No craziness going on at the moment. No big moves going on before the draft. I'm guessing all the trades are going to go on during the draft. But that's what we got going on right now. So up in the top right, I'm going to have the on the clock. So right now it's Jacksonville. That will change for each pick. And then again, like I was saying earlier, the crawl at the bottom with each pick going through. The one quarterback I don't want in like the first round is Trey Lance. And my big thing against Trey Lance is that he's coming out of Division II. He didn't really play, or he played one game last year and didn't look great. And in the 1 year he did play, he was more of just an athlete and not necessarily a quarterback. So that got to be a little weird. Looking at his tape, it's not the greatest. He's hesitant. All he does is chuck the ball deep and hope for the best. I'm honestly surprised. I'm just surprised that he even made the first round prospect list. I'd have him as more of a second. He's more of like the Kellen Mond type of prospect. Literally his worst thing is his accuracy. They compare him to Taysom Hill with legit arm talent. Quote from Pro Football Focus. I wouldn't get that. I understand the Taysom Hill part, but I wouldn't say he's got Josh Allen arm strength with a Taysom Hill build, but with rookie Josh Allen arm talent, like accuracy. So if not worse. But yeah, that's my take on Lance. Less than 5 minutes to the draft. Again, throw any rumors or hot takes you have in the chat. Right now we've got 2 viewers, 4 likes. So hopefully that picks up a little bit. But again, I'm here for the whole night. So we'll see how it goes. Definitely gonna post some of the best moments from this stream though as individual clips just to have fun with it. One thing that the NFL draft does have this year, so the NFL draft is in person again, and with the draft in person, they have fans and everything. So all fans there are vaccinated. So what it does is, so they have to wear masks, but because they're vaccinated, it doesn't make that big of a deal. Not necessarily gonna spread it. It looks like they're starting a performance. Can't tell by who. I don't. Oh, I know the song, but I forget the band. But yeah, Trey Lance, not a fan of. He chucks the ball deep and doesn't really do much from there. One thing I would be disappointed with so much is that if the Patriots did their normal Patriot thing and not only not trade up, but take like a defensive player while also possibly trading back, like that would just be awful. So again, we'll see how that goes. Trey Lance, not a fan. Patriots pick him. Let's go. I will be supportive of every pick, unless it's absolutely terrible. I'm gonna be supportive of whatever quarterback it is. I just would prefer it not be Lance. Josh Beats, what's your opinion on taking a DB, whether we trade down for one or not? I said in my Patriots needs video that our number 3 need behind quarterback and receiver was defensive back. Stephon Gilmore's doing a stream with Edelman tonight for the Patriots. So I don't think Gilmore gets traded this weekend. I think that's a sign. Why would you throw him in a Patriots media thing and then trade him mid-draft? J.C. Jackson signed his restricted free agent tender. So he's back on like a 1-year, $4 million contract. But that makes him a UFA at the end of the year. And nobody wanted to take him for a second-round pick. And then Devin McCourty's aging, likely going to retire after this year or next year. So that will be a difficult spot to fill in. But I do think it is a possibility. If the Patriots for some reason don't trade back, I think the top 3 corners in the draft, Surtain, Farley, and Horn, I think all 3 of them have a shot at being top-tier corners in the league. Watched film on all 3, with corner being a possible need for the Patriots. I think they all have shutdown abilities, especially Surtain and Horn. So for some reason the Patriots don't decide to go offense, I hope it's one of those guys in the secondary. As Jonathan Jones is more of a slot guy, I don't want them to push him outside, but I also don't want the Patriots, if they draft a corner, to draft a slot one, as Jonathan Jones has done a great job there, phenomenal. And the more likely corner to move on would be more Gilmore or J.C. Jackson. Jawan Williams has been more of a gadget DB, and I don't think Adrian Phillips or Kyle Duggar are any shot of moving to a corner spot. I am intrigued by UDFA from last year, Miles Bryant. We'll see how he develops this offseason. I think he might have a shot, but I would definitely not be opposed to taking a DB in the draft. I actually think we should take a corner and a safety at some point. Preferred quarterback besides the obvious top two. Mac Jones is my favorite quarterback in the draft. I think has the smartest football IQ, one of the best decision making, and I think he may not have the highest ceiling, but he also doesn't necessarily have the lowest floor either. I think if thrown in the right system, he can be developed, and that would be the Patriots. So I think between the Patriots and the Niners, whatever quarterback they do get, they're going to be successful. I'm a little worried about Zach Wilson to the Jets because I think he needs a place that he'll be able to develop, and I don't know if the Jets will be able to do that for him. But, again, I'm a bum in a chair. There's a reason these guys get paid millions, and I don't. So, we'll see how that goes. The player I'm most intrigued about for, like, the top 10 right now is Devontae Smith because of his size. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if Devontae Smith falls out of the top 10. Would not be surprised. And even possibly going like middle of like around 15. I think he's going to end up more in the slot than people will realize because of his size. He's going to have to put on weight if he wants to play outside in the league. Because the thing that made him successful in college was he's fast, but a lot of the teams they played off coverage. You don't necessarily have a ton of press, and you get that a lot in the NFL, so I don't think there's going to be a lot of change there in his game. So unless he can develop a really good release to get out of press coverages, I think you're going to want to throw him more in the slot, but he's still going to have to get bigger so he doesn't get injured every year from getting popped by the middle linebacker. But, again, that's just my take on it. I was going to make a big board this year, but I felt like that would take a while, and I'll just rock more with Pro Football Focus. I don't necessarily agree with their order on everything, but it'll be easier to find players because it's in like the general area of what I would rate players. So if it gets to the point where where a team like I don't know, the Raiders take a third round prospect in the first round, then we've got a neat little search bar here to go find that player. So see how that goes. Still no news on the Aaron Rodgers thing yet. What I think would be shock. We'll know definitely what's going to go on there by the 3rd overall pick, I'm guessing. If at the 3rd overall pick that gets traded to the Packers, then we know what happened. Videos for the next few weeks. Figured we'll talk about that. For video-wise, I'm going to be doing Patriots grading their offseason between free agency and the draft, going over my favorite draft picks, least favorite draft picks, power rankings coming back. Got a bunch of different stuff in planned. I put off the John Hannah Patriots of the Past for a bit, just so I could focus on some other stuff. It will come out at some point, but the Patriots of the Past project is on pause for the moment. Because the Drew Bledsoe one, it takes research to figure out stuff, and then what's tough is getting all the research and then slimming it all the way down. It gets to be difficult. Because you want them to be short videos to get better view time. But it is past 8 o'clock. It is 8:05 now. And it means the draft will be starting here. Can't wait for it. Let's take a look if we go on. Oh, I forgot. I'm not logged in. If we go on YouTube and just, that's my personal channel. Don't necessarily want to do anything with that there. Rip. Don't go emailing me, please. Anyways, hold on. We'll just go back and then view as a guest. Just leave my email out of it. Let's see if we type in NFL Draft live stream. Who pops up? Chat Sports. What? Alright, Pro Football Focus, Bengal, that makes sense. The Draft Network, I don't necessarily think that's a negative idea. That franchise guy makes sense. That sport, I was wondering if that's good sports. Pat McAfee is, yeah, he usually is. I'm actually surprised he's not, like, up here in the list. I know Urinating Tree and 5 Point Vids are doing one. Big fans of them. Yeah. Definitely a long list of guys doing it. But doesn't look like we'll be close enough to the top to get any stray viewers. Pep. Yeah. If I wasn't streaming, I'd probably follow either Tom Grossi's stream or Urinating Trees. Both, I'm big fans of both of those guys. I love the Clickbait Sports podcast they've all been doing. I think it's really neat to watch. Definitely recommend it. If you don't know any of those guys, Tom Grossi, Packers fan, Urinating Tree, Steelers fan, 5 Point Vids, he's a Giants fan, Scooter Magruder, Cowboys fan, and that friend, that's Good Sports. He's a Broncos fan. All 5 of those guys know what they're talking about with football. They're great personalities, entertaining. Would definitely recommend watching all those guys. Right now we got ads playing. I hate that they do that. It's like, oh, 8 o'clock hits draft starting, and then, nope, we're going to cut to commercials forever. I'm surprised more, like, trailers for movies don't play during the draft. I think that'd be a really good opportunity to showcase stuff like that. I only watch All Day Football Show. I appreciate it. Glad you enjoy the content, but, those guys are definitely awesome. And Pat McAfee, of course, too. I feel like that show's more of like a hot take show, so I don't I go there more for like if I'm looking for up to date news, because they do news like on the fly, or if I'm looking for like a live show midday, that's where I'll go to. Love Boston Connor, being a Patriots fan. Whenever they talk Patriots and just hearing like how he talks about that stuff, it's absolutely hilarious. Currently 4 viewers in the stream. Again, thank you guys so much to the 4 of you who are here. Really appreciate it. Even though it is only 4. If you guys didn't notice, we hit over 50 subscribers today. Could definitely thank people from my school with free advertising. We have a live morning show. They do like for 5 minutes in the morning, do like morning announcements, but through like a Zoom. And a few of my friends dropped the link to the channel in the chat. Was great. Got like 4 subscribers today from that, even if they don't watch. So the reason I care, the only reason I care about subscriber count right now is the path to like just progressing the channel, one of the big things for monetization is you have to have 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 hours viewed on your channel. I think I'm at a little over 100 hours viewed, and then I'm at 50 something subscribers. So obviously a long way to go, but every subscription counts. Obviously, I have the more dedicated viewers, like some of you who are in the chat here. Appreciate you guys so much. And then you have the ones who just pop in. Like the last video I did, I think hit almost 200 views. The Patriots specific ones, I'm able to get away with posting on the Patriots subreddit, so I pull in views from that, so that benefits me a bit. But then the more generic ones, like during the season, it gets tough because I can't post, like, say, the power rankings or game picks anywhere, so those get very minimal views. But figuring it out. They just finished yet another performance at the draft. The podium's really big this year. So what it looks like a mask. Like if you were to do a aerial view, it looks like a mask. So there's a area for bands in the back. Then there's walkways in the back areas to that band area. Then there's a runway right down the middle and 2 walkways that come from the sides to meet at the bottom middle, where I'm guessing Goodell is going to be announcing picks. That's where he's walking right now. Goodell is going to the middle. Looks like the draft is about to start. They've got a recliner out there. That's a little odd. There's a recliner like right on the runway. Yeah. So Goodell's announcing the start of the draft right now. Got the fans booing. Trying to get them all to bring on the if you're not watching the coverage itself, Goodell so the boos were light, and he goes, "I didn't come out of my basement for nothing. Come on now." Introducing Browns players, they just introduced Jarvis Landry, wide receiver for the Browns currently. I know, no spoilers. I'm not going to spoil picks as they go. I'll only announce the pick as it goes live. I don't think the stream is too far behind, so if I want to test it real quick. So click to a different tab now. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, it's only about a 7-minute or a 7-second delay for you guys, so you won't really get any spoilers per se with what's going on, unless your TV stream is very behind. But I watch through YouTube TV, so I stream the channels and whatnot, so I'm already behind with stuff. So none of you guys should spoil stuff in the chat. Oh, that's okay. So the chair Goodell sat in for the draft last year, they brought it onto the stage, and what they're doing is they're having a vaccinated fan from every team that has a pick. They're going to put him in the chair for when the pick is taken. So right now they're getting a Jacksonville fan. Jarvis Landry picked someone out of the crowd. Joe Thomas going to be giving a speech, I guess. Any news on the Rodgers thing right now? I doubt it, but we'll take a look. Nothing new with the Packers thing. back and forth reports. So it looks like Aaron Rodgers to the Broncos is being talked about. It'd be a little odd with the Teddy Bridgewater trade that happened. At that point, you might as well just get rid of Drew Lock. I'd take Drew Lock. I think we could give it a shot. The draft is officially live. Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock. 10 minutes they have to make their pick. So what I'll be doing is for every pick made, we'll go onto that player's PFF thing. It's weird. Some of the players, you can't open their pages. So if that's the case, then I'll just open a stat page for them. I forget what site it is that does it, but just go look up their college stats. Just for the heck of it. But so for example, we all know Trevor Lawrence is going to be number 1. Spoiler. ESPN back with the goofy graphics. But yeah, so open up the players thing, go over everything that they've got going on. Like I said, not going to be a hot take artist, not going to assume everything. I'll take a guess at whatever the pick is before it's made, and then go from there. But I'm not going to be like, oh, this person's going to be terrible. I'm just going to go over what's going on. If I think they were taken too high, then I'll just say they're taken too high. But I'm not going to go saying like, oh, they're going to be a major bust, blah, 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 blah. You never know. And that's what gets tough. You just got to judge a player by what they've put out. Almost 2 minutes down from the draft clock right now. ESPN host right now. So they've got Mike Greenberg as the main host, then accompanying him, Mel Kiper Jr. himself, Louis Riddick, and Booger McFarland. Right now they're talking about the generational quarterback prospects between Elway, Manning, Andrew Luck, and they're going to say Trevor Lawrence is too. That would be really hilarious if, for some reason, Trevor Lawrence didn't get picked. They even gave him the playbook and everything. They're like, we're going to do everything for Trevor, blah, 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 blah. He even donated to a charity for them. But that would just be really hilarious if it was just like, nope, Zach Wilson. I'll give a college hot take. I don't think Clemson's going to be very good over the next few years. I think their quarterback that they have behind Lawrence, I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce his name. I think he has a really good shot of being a future first-round prospect. But overall, Clemson as a team, they don't have they crapped out in the playoffs last year. And Trevor Lawrence, you could tell they lost talent by Trevor Lawrence's production drop. But one thing I will say, and people tend to forget, is Trevor Lawrence did get COVID last year, so that'll be even if the players didn't have a lot of have much of an effect from getting COVID, like physically, you could tell it affected a bunch of their games. So see how that goes for him. It'll be one thing that's going to be curious is seeing the COVID long-term effects. So players who got COVID, you could tell most of them didn't play at their highest level last year. But other than that, not too much. So if with all the players who got COVID last year, if they drop in production again this year, we'll see if that has long-term effects. One of the big players I'm looking at is Cam Newton, more because me being a Patriots fan, trying to see how he does this year. I still don't think he's the future for the Patriots, but again, I trust in Bill Belichick. I'm glad that he opened up his trade or his draft buddies this year. So we'll see. Right now they're going over. So Urban Meyer is the head coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars. It'll be his first year there. Left Ohio State for a few years and then is now getting into the NFL scene. I don't know how he'll do as a NFL head coach. He already said that he doesn't like free agency, so that will be interesting in itself. Jacksonville's taken a long while to make this pick. Not that it's going to be anything crazy, but I do think it's a little funny that the pick is taking a while. I'm just preparing to write Trevor Lawrence into the bar below. I wonder how many players they're going to go into a sap story about over. So, last year, one of the biggest critiques of the draft. So, between last year and the year before, some of the biggest critiques of the draft is that, like, they mention, like, who the player is, where they went to high school, and then here's something sad about them. And I guess that makes the NFL draft is a drama. It's a drama show. So what's gonna happen is for every pick, they try to pull drama out of it, and that's what they've done the past few years. Is that they do this thing where they just say something sad that happened about the player, which I don't really like, but it's what happens. They were just saying they don't necessarily want to throw Trevor Lawrence in as the Week 1 starter. I think that'd be really interesting if he didn't end up as the Week 1 starter. They brought in I think it was Mike Glennon as a backup, and they do still have Minshew Mania. I think Minshew is a dark horse trade that if he gets put in the right position, um, could do very well. For some reason, the Jaguars pick is in, so that will leave the New York Jets on the clock. But the Jaguars pick is going to be announced in a little bit here. We all know who it's going to be, but we'll announce it when it happens. Commissioner's going to be coming out shortly. 5 likes currently. Thank you guys so much. 5 likes, 2 viewers. Again, this stream is going to be going the whole night. Hop in and out. I'm just here talking to myself. But love interacting with you guys in the chat because there are so few of you. So we'll see what we max out at. The last stream I did, we capped out at 9 viewers. No spoilers, no spoilers. How behind is your viewing thing that you're worried about spoilers? If you're on cable, you shouldn't have a problem. You'll have the most live of a pick. Uh yeah. Goodell is going up to the podium. Ah, gotcha. Watching on a computer. And the Jaguars select Trevor Lawrence, quarterback out of Clemson, the presumed number 1 overall pick. No shenanigans happen, and the pick is made. Congratulations, Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence. You knew it was gonna be the pick. All right, I'll hold off. What I'll do is I'll wait a few seconds before I say the pick. I'll be nice. The Jets are currently on the clock though. Here, I'll give you about 15 seconds before announcing the pick. That was about the time that you had. So, Jets on the clock. They're presumed to be taking Zach Wilson, barring anything crazy. They drafted Sam Darnold a few years ago, and then traded him to the Panthers about a week ago for a 6th round pick this year and a 2022 2nd and 4th round pick. So, but anyways, Trevor Lawrence, the first overall pick of the draft. Trevor Lawrence has been productive his entire career in college. His first year as a true freshman, came into Clemson with a 64.7 completion percentage, 3,200 yards with a 30-4 touchdown interception ratio, and he just got better the next year. He dropped in production a little bit in his 2020 year, but not necessarily in his play, so there are not too many worries about that. But Trevor Lawrence, easily one of the best quarterback prospect in this draft. He's got great timing with the ball. He doesn't give up on plays. He can scramble if need be. The one thing he has to work on is his accuracy. As he's not the most accurate passer, but other than that, he doesn't have too much to work on. He's the only other thing you could really say is that he gets locked on to his first read. And so what they're trying to say is, it says most talented wide receiver corps usually wins. So Trevor Lawrence has had great wide receivers his entire career. This year he had Amari Rodgers and Chris Powell, and in past years he's had T. Higgins and a few other guys. I'm blanking on names, but he had talented receivers at Clemson. So he had Hunter Renfrow for a bit, and I'm so surprised I'm blanking on names right now. But Trevor Lawrence, there's not much to it. He's the best quarterback in this draft, and easily one of the best quarterback prospects in the last few years, at least. I think he's better than Burrow. I think he's better than Kyler, better than... I'm a Baker fan, so we'll see how that goes. I think Baker Mayfield's going to have a great year this year. That's just me. With the Jets on the clock, I think Mike Greenberg, he's a Jets fan. Interesting to see how they do with the Jets pick. There's a thing, ESPN, or the Jets, make a lot of NFL analysts for like ESPN and whatnot. Looks like the Jets are on the phone with a prospect. They've got all the computers and everything. And we'll see who the pick is. Again, it's presumed Zach Wilson, but if it's anything crazy, then we'll just leave it at that. The Jets pick is in. Jets pick is in. So that leaves the 49ers on the clock for now, barring any crazy trades, which are still a possibility. But from what I was seeing, the trade, it looks like Rodgers might go to the Broncos, which I don't necessarily agree with, but again, I'm the bum in the chair. Jets pick is in. I'll give a few seconds after Goodell announces it. Just for you, Mobile God. You're too dedicated of a fan. Ian Rappaport tweeting 5 minutes ago. An update on the Packers that's not really an update. Green Bay hasn't engaged at all despite a few teams calling about trading for Aaron Rodgers. The Packers have no plans to trade him, so nothing has changed. So that comes with the reports saying that Aaron Rodgers is going to be traded to the Broncos. Looks like it's not going to happen at the moment. All right. The pick is in. And with the second overall pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Zach Wilson, quarterback, BYU. So, Zach Wilson, quarterback out of BYU, the second rated quarterback on the board. I have him as my second rated quarterback as well. So he's compared as a more creative Baker Mayfield. He's like if Juju Smith Simon Juju already re-signed with the Steelers. But I love the effort. Keep on it. Anyways, Zach Wilson to the Jets, now official. Zach Wilson, he's like a Baker Mayfield, Patrick Mahomes type of quarterback where he's all about the big plays. He's accurate with the ball, even not with a good stance. I think he has a shot to be just as good as Trevor Lawrence in his career, but I also think he has a much lower floor. Come on, man. I'll give good announcements for the picks. I'll do you that. Felt like Roger Goodell when I announced the Zach Wilson pick. But currently, 49ers on the clock. Zach Wilson last year was his second year as the starter. It's all good. But his second year as a starter, rocked it with BYU getting a 72.7% completion percentage with 3,600 yards with a 32 touchdown to 3 interception ratio. Crazy touchdown to interception ratio. I think that helps him a lot. So he's not necessarily turnover prone. His adjusted completion percentage was 80%. So that's great for him. Average depth of target. If you actually spoil this one, I'm unlucky. All right. I will refrain from spoiling this one. You got to let me know how much time to give, though, before I can give my announcement. Big time throw rate, 8.6%. So that's his big play percentage. Turnover worthy plays. He had a 1% turnover worthy play, tied for second in the league. Means so not only he's Mahomes, but without the turnovers, which is great. Some cons of Zach Wilson is that he had. Yours says 4:45 left for the 49ers pick or for the Jets pick. Like, geez, that's rough, my guy. If it's for the Jags pick, or not, I'm sorry, not the Jags, the Jets pick. That's tough because I had like 4:40. Oh, don't think I'm that far behind. All right, yeah. Right now I have 4:10 left on my Niners clock, so we'll go from there. All right. I just want to make sure you weren't still on the Jets. Then I would really feel bad for spoiling. But the Jets get another quarterback. Cons for Zach Wilson had all day behind one of the best offensive lines in the country, saying some games were glorified 7-on-7s. He trusts his arm all the time. His arm talent is off the charts, so he's got to work on not relying on it so much. The 49ers traded up to this pick to get what's likely a quarterback, but they're taking a while with the pick, so we'll see how that goes. Doesn't look like anybody... Oh, the 49ers room is clapping. We'll see what they do. I'm going to check in on Aaron Rodgers. Still nothing yet. See, with the 49ers pick, I don't know who it's going to be. If I had to guess, I'm going to say it's Trey Lance. But that's just me. I think that's where the 49ers are going to go with this pick. I think they want the guy who's mobile. With their offense is so gadgety that I think they need Trey Lance to be able to maneuver in it. That's just me. But also wouldn't be surprised if it's Mac Jones or Justin Fields. So right now ESPN keeps showing cameras of inside the guy, like looking at the guys. It's annoying when they do that because it has a chance of spoiling the pick if they're on the phone or something. So I don't like that. That's just me though. If I'm the Niners, for the type of offense they want to run, you got to take either Justin Fields or Trey Lance. Mac Jones, I think you could develop Mac Jones, but I don't think he fits the system they want to run right now. So, although Kyle Shanahan did like Matt Ryan in Atlanta, so that might be what he goes with, but I also want Mac Jones for the Patriots, so it's very tough for me. The pick is in. 49ers did select with the 3rd overall. So that leaves Atlanta on the clock. I don't know. I'm going to go with Trey Lance as the pick here. But we'll see what they do. Currently 3 viewers in the stream. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you aren't already, please subscribe. It would be greatly appreciated, except I'm sure you guys are all subscribed already because you guys are awesome. I'm hoping Pinay Sewell doesn't drop. I think he's going to be a beast. I think he should go to the Bengals. But I keep seeing Chase to the Bengals. I don't think they can go wrong with either pick. But 49ers do pick, and they don't trade for Aaron Rodgers yet. So we'll see what goes on there. They're taking a while to bring the card up. That's a little odd, but that's what we got going on right now. Yeah, pick is in. Goodell is walking up to the podium now. The San Francisco 49ers select I'm that good. With the 3rd overall pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Trey Lance, quarterback, North Dakota State University. I called it. I'm that good. See, Trey, he fits the scheme that they want to run. He fits the scheme they want to run, and that's why they drafted him. As much as he was my 5th rated quarterback on the board, he fits what they want to do, and what they're doing is they know he has to be developed, and that's why they didn't want to trade Jimmy Garoppolo unless they got a king's ransom. Because if they traded Jimmy G, then they'd have to throw Trey Lance in right away, and now they don't have to. So that's what they're doing. They don't want Jimmy G to mentor him, but they want to teach Lance what's going on. Just gave Goodell a nice hug. See, now I don't have to worry about Lance going to the Pats. See, with that, now Atlanta's definitely not going to go quarterback because I don't think they wanted... I think they wanted Trey Lance if they were to go quarterback. I'd see maybe Justin Fields, but they won't take Mac Jones. So I think the pick for the Falcons is going to be Kyle Pitts. But they've got about 6 minutes on the clock. Anyways, Trey Lance he played one game for North Dakota State University this past year because of COVID, where he threw a 50% completion percentage for 149 yards with 2 touchdowns and an interception. Not a great game. But his previous year before that, where he played in 16 games, he had a 66.7% completion percentage, almost 2,800 yards, with 28 touchdowns and 0 interceptions. So he was not turnover prone. Adjusted completion percentage in his career, for that one game was 58.6. Average depth of target was 12.2. Big time throw rate. Deep yard throws. So he didn't throw a deep ball at all in that game, which is interesting. Pressure to sack conversion rate. He got sacked on about 22% of pressures. Average time to throw 2.84 seconds. So he got a good amount of time to throw too. So that's some stuff you could look at. He did have I'm blanking on his name. Dylan Redunds at tackle for him. So like I said, he's got a monster arm. He's built like a tight end. Few turnover-worthy plays, and he chucks the ball deep. But he's hesitant to let the ball go, as he knows he can run. Noticeable dip in his throwing motion. He's been protected as a passer. Averaged 18 pass attempts a game in his 1 year as a starter. So I do think that benefits that he went to the Niners, who have a decent offensive line. So he'll be protected there. But he was very inaccurate as a passer. So they are going to have to take time to develop him, and they should not throw him in as the week 1 quarterback. Currently on the clock is the Atlanta Falcons. If they don't go Kyle Pitts here, I don't know what they're doing, man. I think they got to go Kyle Pitts. He's a generational tight end talent. I think he looks built more like a tight end than like a wide receiver. But that's just what it seemed like to me watching his film. Throw him in week 1. See, I don't think he's a week 1 throw-in because he's very raw. He's talented, but I don't think he's pro-ready yet. There's stuff he's going to have to learn how to do. And that's go through reads, be a more accurate passer, work with the playbook. He's got to learn to not use his legs as the second resort. Like, it shouldn't be first read legs. It should be first read, second read, possible third read, then run. But I do think he has a very good shot. This is the third time in NFL history where the first, second, and third quarterbacks went overall. So it was Jim Plunkett, and I forget the other two for one draft. And then the 1999 draft was Tim Couch 1, Donovan McNabb 2, and Achilles Smith 3. McNabb was easily the better from that group. The Falcons pick is in. So the Falcons do not trade out, as it was speculated that they might, but they wanted. Yeah, Achilles Smith was a complete bust for the Bengals in that draft. Did not do anything for them. They ended up taking Carson Palmer 4 years later. So that means on the clock will be Cincinnati. But the Falcons do make a pick. Yeah, I think this pick's going to be Kyle Pitts. Because if you mix... I don't think they should get rid of Julio Jones. You keep Matt Ryan. You have Julio Jones, Calvin Ridley. You still got... actually, Todd Gurley's gone. So the Falcons might need a running back at some point. But then you throw in Kyle Pitts with that. How come Trevor wasn't at the draft? Trevor wanted to be with his family at his home. I think he already knew he was going to be number 1. Just wanted to do it in the comfort of his home, I guess. I don't blame him. I mean, if I knew I was the shoo-in number 1 overall pick, I'd want to stay home too, because as soon as you're drafted, you just get to go to bed. I mean, you have a little bit of a party, and then you just get to go get some sleep. But if it's more of the idea where, like, you don't know where you're gonna go, then yeah, I'd go to the draft for the experience. I definitely one day do want to go to the draft just for the experience. I think it'd be a really cool trip. That's if I don't end up in the NFL in the office. Falcons making the selection right now. That makes sense. Alright, so I'll give it a few seconds. But the pick was made. And with the 4th overall pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Kyle Pitts, tight end, Florida. I love the pick. I think Kyle Pitts is going to be generational at the tight end position, and I think he's a great pickup for Atlanta there. I think that offense has a really good shot at kicking butt in the future. So the reason I think he's a wide receiver is because they're comparing him to Darren Waller, who entered the league as a wide receiver and then transitioned to tight end. So that's probably why they're getting that comparison. I'm 4 for 4 on calling picks so far. We'll see how long that goes. Cincinnati on the clock with the 5th overall pick. But go to Kyle Pitts. Kyle Pitts, like I said, generational talent at the tight end position. 96.2 PFF grade. That's one of the highest grades like ever given. In the past, in his last year with Florida, he had 65 targets for 43 completions for 770 yards and 12 touchdowns. He has a rare sink at the top of his routes for a tight end. He cuts like a receiver. He's played at tight end. He's played in the slot. He's played outside. He's all around great. Literally, his one knock is his size. And that's because he looks like a receiver. So I think if he were to put some weight on him, he'd be a better inline blocker. But, dude, he moves so well. I would more want to keep him as like an outside threat, dude. He would be a great receiver if he transitioned to it. But I think it'd be a better idea for him to put on some weight and be like an inline blocker as well. The only other knock you have on him is that he's not the fastest. But, dude, look at his games this year. He showed out in every single game. His worst game was against Missouri, and he didn't even have a score below 80. Missed tackles forced 5. Yards after the catch, 6 yards. So he's averaging almost half a first down. Deep catches, 10. Average depth of target, 13.8. So he's catching the deep throws. Deep yards, 331. Highest among tight ends. And he made 11 contested catches, which is tied third among tight ends. Is he better than Kmet Hawkinson and others recently drafted? I think he's better than all of them. I don't think Hawkinson should have gone 8th overall. Though I do think Hawkinson is still was a great pick. I don't think any tight end drafted recently is better. The only one I'd say that's close is either Fant or Henderson. Kmet still needs to develop in year 2, but he looked good for the Browns this year for being a second-round pick. Again, great pick for Atlanta. Helps that offense tremendously right from the get-go. He's a shoe-in, throw-in right off the start. The one thing that's funny for Atlanta is they traded a second-round pick last year for Hayden Hurst from the Ravens, which is hilarious to me, but it's what happens. ESPN going to commercial break right now. Bengals have a little less than 4 minutes on the pick clock, so I'm guessing it's going to be a short commercial break. Bengals no trade. Looks like they're probably going to stay. They're either going to take Jamar Chase or Penei Sewell. And I'm going to say it's going to be Jamar Chase because Joe Burrow has been whispering in their ear that he wants Jamar Chase. So, and Chase balled out for Burrow in their 1 year. So, I'm definitely thinking that pick's going to be Jamar Chase. If Chase doesn't go here, so what I'm thinking is the next 2 picks with the Bengals Dolphins, pick is in. I think it's going to be Chase and Sewell will go to the Miami, but if Sewell does go to the Bengals, then it's going to be Chase at 6. They're going to go 5-6. It's just going to be a matter of what order is it in. But the pick is in, so that will leave Miami on the clock. Still in commercial break, so it's going to take a while, I'm guessing, for them to actually announce the pick. So the Dolphins will probably be pretty quick, like back-to-back type of deal. If If you guys have any bold predictions for the rest of the draft, go ahead and leave them in the chat. We'll respond to all of them. I think it's what's not they. I think they heard the critiques from last year, and they haven't. With the 4 picks, they haven't been doing any like sad stories about the players. Or I've got the volume on low, so I haven't necessarily been paying attention. What's the least of important position on offense? Honestly, I think it depends on the scheme. If you're running a power scheme, then your slot receiver. If you're running a spread, then fullback. You like the sad stories. See, I think it takes more away from the success that the players might have. Get some raw emotion. I don't know. I feel like with the sad stories, it takes away more. It takes away from the players in the game and more. It just highlights just negative thoughts. Whereas with the draft, you wanna feel good about what's going on. But yeah, in terms of least important position on offense, it really depends on the scheme. So, like for example, the Patriots. I'd say the least important position for the Patriots would be running back, because with how good that offensive line is, they'll bring in whatever running back they want and be able to run the ball. Just look, since Curtis Martin left, they haven't had an all-star running back, and haven't had a terrible running game. They've had a great offensive line that whatever running back they have can run through. Yeah. Pick is in. It's a very odd duck they have there in the chair for the Bengals. Is it in a whole getup? Pick is in. Goodell is walking up to the podium to make the pick.
With the 5th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Jamar Chase.
I called it. Yeah, go ahead and mute. So, with the 5th overall pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Jamar Chase, wide receiver, LSU. So, Joe Burrow, throughout this whole draft process, has been adamant that he wants Jamar Chase added to the roster, and he gets his wish. As Jamar Chase has now been drafted by the Bengals with the 5th overall pick. Jamar Chase, easily the best wide receiver in this class, and I think he would have been the best wide receiver in last year's class too if he entered. So, he's compared to Justin Blackmon. His best pros, he plays like a NFL athlete already. Shows after the catch where he broke 22 tackles. Gets off the line of scrimmage with physicality and can stack cornerbacks in a blink. So he's already dealt with press coverage. He tracks the ball as well as any wide receiver, and he has very sneaky speed. Some cons: his catch-to-point dominance may not transfer to the NFL at only 6 feet tall, so he's a little on the shorter side. Production benefited a lot from Joe Burrow's accuracy. He had only 1 year of production as he opted out of last year, and he's not the shiftiest, not threatening corners off the line, not necessarily with his release, more with physicality. But his stats from his 1 year with Burrow: on 121 targets, he had 84 receptions for 1,700 yards, with a 21.2 average yards per reception for 20 touchdowns. Man balled out. Played mostly out wide with a little bit in the slot. So he does have a little bit of slot versatility, but he's most likely going to be an outside threat for the Bengals to match with T. Higgins and Tyler Boyd in a great-looking receiver core. I just hope Joe Burrow can stay healthy for them to be able to utilize it, because I don't think that's going to happen. The Miami Dolphins pick is in, so the Dolphins don't trade out, which leaves Detroit on the clock. Five for picks so far. So I did say that if it's Sol or Chase, whoever goes to the Bengals, the opposite's going to go to the Dolphins. So I'm guessing it's going to be Sol. Yeah. These players rock out in terms of style. Crazy. Louis Riddick's comparing Jamar Chase to A.J. Brown. I like the comparison. Let's see if there's any Aaron Rodgers news. They haven't said anything on ESPN. Nothing. I have terrible style anyway. Even if I had the money, I wouldn't even know what to wear in terms of style. I'd have to get some of my style friends to get me some outfits. Because fashion, not my thing. I walked into school today with my custom Patriots jersey and basketball shorts.
What's it like to be on this stage?
It's a blessing coming true, being out here with my family, experiencing having this great experience. But, for the most part, I can't wait to get to work with Joe.
Right now they got Jamar Chase talking to the reporter. The Dolphins pick is in. I'm guessing they're just getting it on paper right now. I think it'll be a good pick for the Bengals unless they don't find a way to protect Joe Burrow. So in 26 games at LSU, Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase had 162 targets. Oh, they took the graphic off the screen. But they threw for over 2,000 yards together in a total of 26 games together. That's crazy. So Joe Burrow was the quarterback for them in 2018 as well, where Chase's numbers weren't necessarily off the charts, with 36 targets, 23 catches, for 313 yards, and 3 touchdowns. So it wasn't crazy. But, yeah. Still looks like he's a great wide receiver, but it's going to be a matter of, is Joe Burrow going to be able to throw to him? So. This pick, I think it's P. Sewell. I think they need offensive line help. There'd be no other reason for them to trade back up that far. Roger Goodell about to make the pick.
With the 6th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Jalen Waddle.
My first pick wrong. Wow. All right. With the 6th overall pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Jalen Waddle, wide receiver out of Alabama. What a pick that is. So Waddle was a great playmaker he was a great playmaker for Alabama. PFF's third-ranked wide receiver behind Devontae Smith, but still a great receiver no matter. His biggest strength is his twitch. He's the most explosive athlete at the receiver position in the class. Pops off the line of scrimmage at full speed. Hasn't had many contested situations, but looked very strong at the catch point when he did. So he was able to go up and make the catch when he had to. And he wiggles. He has a wiggle in his hips, going to be a nightmare to get clean in press. So that means he's got great movement off the line. The Detroit Lions pick is already in. So the Lions do not trade out. So the Detroit Lions stay. I'm kind of curious who they stay for. But that leaves Carolina on the clock. But anyways, Jalen Waddle. So some of the knocks on him. He's small. He's smaller at 5'10", 182 pounds. Only 971 career snaps. And he broke his ankle against Georgia and was clearly still hobbled in the national title game. So he did get injured, and that's a little bit of a concern with his speed. So if he's going to be a bit more injury prone in the NFL, that's the one worry with him. Yes, I was wrong. They get another weapon. So that means they're wide receivers for Tua. So Tua got to throw to Jalen Waddle at Alabama. So that's what's nice. For Tua, he gets a receiver he's comfortable with. Now he's got Devontae Parker, Jalen Waddle, Will Fuller. Looks like a good receiving core. It's just going to be a matter of, again, is that offensive line going to be able to protect Tua? And I don't know necessarily if they're going to be able to do that. So we'll see how that goes. One stream, every pick you were wrong. Oof. I don't have the time for that, man. But love that you enjoy the streams. Again, 3 viewers currently, 5 likes. Thank you guys so much. Hope you guys are enjoying. I'm definitely not the best stream to watch right now, but really appreciate the fact that people actually tune in. But Jalen Waddle, great overall athlete. Average yards after the catch was 10, so he was averaging a first down every catch. Not too many deep catches, but had a lot of deep yards. But not too many screen catches. He was more of a in the middle of the field guy. Average depth of target being 11.7 yards, so that makes sense in that sense. 19 catches in the slot for 495 yards, and only 4 contested catches. So I'd be a little worried for him with contested catches. That's about it, though. Fine, one stream every 2 picks you get wrong. I don't even know what I would live stream that much. Don't even know what I would live stream for that all that much. Maybe do live Patriots podcast. That'd be cool. But we'll see. It gets harder to predict picks as the rounds go on. I mean, it makes sense that Miami went the receiver, but that'd be shocking if no defensive player was taken in the first 10 picks. Right now we've got 6 offense, so be neat. Taking Goodell White will go up and make the Lions pick. The Lions pick has been in for like the last almost 10 minutes now. Dan Campbell, I think he's going to be a really good coach for the Lions. He brings a very good energy. One stream every 3 picks I get wrong. We'll see. We'll see. Summer will be fun to do. Some live streams maybe. Especially doing Patriots stuff for the off season. Predictions and whatnot. Maybe do a live power rankings. That'd be fun too. Giving me ideas. The Lions. I'm gonna keep going up. Yeah. With the Lions pick, I'm gonna think they're gonna go Devontae Smith here. They need a receiver. Brashad Perriman and Tyrell Williams not gonna cut it for Jared Goff, so I think they go get a receiver here, and I think it's gonna be Devontae Smith. Be nice if the big board if it dropped players as they got drafted. So currently Justin Fields would be the highest ranked player, then Sewell, then Devontae Smith. But the Lions pick is in. Goodell's making the pick. Ooh, I was wrong with that one. Huh, I like the pick though. I'm actually a little surprised they made it. But anyways, with the 7th overall pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Penei Sewell, offensive tackle, Oregon. The first offensive lineman taken in the draft, Penei Sewell. He opted out last year, but easily the best offensive lineman in the draft. Sewell killed it in his in the last year he had with Oregon with Herbert at the helm. So with 927 offensive snaps, he only allowed 2 hits and 5 hurries on 491 pass blocks. That's insane. Oh yeah, no player will ever be happy about going to the Lions. That's just a fact. But he's an insane blocker, 330 pounds, yet can mirror defensive backs in space. He's a great mover, and they're showing it on ESPN right now. He's got great movement. High cut, but can still sink his hips and drive. He led the nation in big time blocks in 2019. His punch deadens on contact power throughout his entire frame. He's very strong, and he doesn't turn 21 until the fall. So he was dominating like juniors and seniors at 19 years old. That dude's massive. And this, to realize that he's not too much older than I am, that Auburn block was nasty. Yeah. Dude is killer of an offensive lineman. Love to see it. But he played most of his snaps at the left tackle position, so he'll be the blindside blocker for Jared Goff, it looks like. Carolina Panthers on the clock. Carolina has less than 2 minutes for their pick. I wonder if a trade's coming. Because there were rumors of the trade up with for the Panthers. I'm pretty sure they picked up Sam Darnold's option though. So I doubt there's gonna be a quarterback taken here for the Panthers. It's just gonna be a matter of what they do want to take. But still nothing on the Aaron Rodgers thing. I'm guessing he's definitely not going to get drafted tonight. Panthers have less than 1 minute on the clock. Hopefully they don't run into a situation where they don't make their pick and they get jumped. That'd be awful. Carolina running out on the clock. A little worried there. Only cons for Sewell are he was in a screen-heavy offense at Oregon, and he didn't face a ton of top-tier pass rushers in the Pac-12. And again, he opted out of 2020. So, a little bit of cons, but not anything too crazy to worry about. Predictions go. Panthers pick is in. So that means they don't trade. I'm guessing they were talking with people. But they do not trade out. So that would leave Denver on the clock after the pick comes in. Prediction for this pick, I'm going to go with Rashawn Slater at offensive tackle out of Western. Almost said Northeastern. Rashawn Slater. I think he'll be the pick for the Panthers, or they go Surtain. I think they might go Surtain there because they do need help in the secondary, especially at corner. James Bradbury left last year, and you could clearly tell that the hole made an effect for them. You think it's going to be Justin Fields? Nah, not with how much they gave up for Darnold. I don't think it's going to be Fields. Mond. If this pick is Kellen Mond, I'm ending the stream right now. We'll put it that way. ESPN's setup for the draft is looking a little interesting. They don't have like the crawl bar at the bottom for picks. They're flipping. It's a little different, but not terrible. My crawl bar is working good, so the Packers do have the 29th pick. I was right on that. That was just a straight up guess too. The NFL schedule is releasing on May 12th, Wednesday at 8 p.m. Why so late? That's a little frustrating. I'm surprised you wouldn't want to announce that like at noon. Roger Goodell at the podium for the pick for the Panthers. Wow. I was way off on that pick. Well, I was right on the position a little bit, but wow. With the 8th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select. I'll give it a few seconds because this is definitely a spoiler. Give you 10 seconds. Wow. They take J.C. Horn, cornerback, South Carolina. Wow. So, J.C. Horn, I had as the second best corner in the draft behind Surtain. But I'm guessing the Panthers liked the nearby area of him. J.C. Horn, I do think, is still a amazing player. So we'll get down to J.C. Horn here. So, in his he was a 3-year starter. But played great last year. He was only targeted 24 times. And only allowed 8 receptions, but had 2 picks and 3 touchdowns. So that was sweet. Allowed a passer rating of 54.9. His biggest weakness is his tackling, so that's something he does have to work on in the pros, but not something that will kill you. But I do think it is a bit of an odd pick. His best game was against Auburn, but he did have some other questionable games. He only had 1 dropped interception, missed a few tackles. His average depth of target was 12.0. First shocker I'd say that's the definite first shocker. Or the first definitive shocker. They're showing a Loki trailer. If you haven't already, if you have Disney Plus and haven't already, the WandaVision show and Falcon and the Winter Soldier shows have both been great shows. definitely recommend. But wow. J.C. Horn. So some pros about him. He's definitely a man corner. Fights to stay on the top of routes and box to the sideline. He's quick to look back and locate the football. And he has a terrific at the point catch. Watching Falcon right now. I finished it. It was a great show. Episode 2. Ooh. Yeah. I liked WandaVision as a show better, but I liked Falcon Winter Soldier's ending better. I liked Wanda as a show better, but I think the Falcon Winter Soldier had a better ending to their show. So, no spoilers, but really enjoyed it. Some cons to J.C. Horn. He has to reel in his physical play style. Had 5 penalties on 466 snaps this year. He plays a tick slow to react at route breaks. He needs the physical contact, and he's a reckless catcher. And was a little more jumpy in 2019. Eyes can get wide and off coverage. So he's got to stay closer to the receiver and be able to follow them better and not just play physical. But he sounds like a Stephon Gilmore if you can work on his coverage skills. But he's definitely physical, and you can't take that away from him. Broncos are still currently on the clock with just over 3 minutes left in their allotted time. No trades so far. I wonder if this is going to be like last year where like no teams trade. I'm just hoping a team like Washington or Chicago doesn't trade ahead of New England. That would be tough. But if Denver doesn't take a quarterback here and there's no trade-ups, then the Patriots are going to have their choice between Fields and Mac Jones. So that will be really fun to tell. Going Mond right here. Predictions. I'm thinking Rashawn Slater. They're going to need a replacement for Jawan James in about a year. So I'm going to go with Rashawn Slater. That's my pick there. Or Darisaw. They're going to go an offensive tackle. Actually, what we can do instead, big brain idea, we can go as the draft goes on. So we're entering the mock draft simulator, because what we're doing is we can just go as the picks move on. So that'll be neat. Yeah. I'm thinking, actually, the Broncos might go Micah Parsons, now that I think about it. Micah Parsons might be the pick there. They need the inside linebacker. New York, get rid of Danny Pennies. It'd be funny. Nothing crazy going on. This is either going to be Micah Parsons or Rashawn Slater. Broncos under a minute left with their pick might be trying to trade back. I thought Washington would have liked Trey Lance, but I wonder how they'll feel about going back-to-back Ohio State quarterbacks if they do. That'd be a little odd. So if Washington does trade up, I'm guessing it would be for Mac Jones. Broncos pick is in. No trade. Broncos do not trade the pick. I'm guessing they didn't get any offers that they liked. So that puts the Cowboys on the clock. Wow. That'd be awesome if the Patriots didn't have to trade anything and could still grab a quarterback that they wanted. Yeah, you're falling a bit further behind. Yeah, this is going to be either Rashawn Slater or Micah Parsons. Because Denver could use another offensive tackle, but they could also use an inside linebacker. Parsons, the biggest knock on him, though, is that he's not a coverage guy. So that means Denver would be really relying on their secondary, especially in the middle of the field, because Parsons was more the run down, make a run stop. So kind of curious how that goes. So Denver's pick is in. If they go quarterback, that'll be shocking. But that means no Broncos trade either for Aaron Rodgers. So again, this is getting interesting. Denver Broncos pick is in. Goodell is making the pick.
2021 NFL Draft. The Denver Broncos select Pat Surtain, Jr., defensive back,
Really?
Alabama.
Huh. A little confused on this pick. But, with the 9th overall pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Patrick Surtain II, cornerback, Alabama. Huh. I didn't think Denver had a cornerback need. Let me look at Denver's roster real quick, because I really didn't think... Depth chart. I didn't think they needed a corner. So they've got Ronald Darby, Kyle Fuller, Michael Ojemudia, Bryce Cal... Wait, what? They don't need Surtain. Ugh. I thought... A little old. Yeah, I guess Ronald Darby's a bit old. But I mean, Callahan's a slot guy and played well in the slot last year. Ojemudia played decently in his rookie year. And they brought in Kyle Fuller and Ronald Darby. I don't know. I feel like they're thinking they're only going to keep Ronald Darby for a year then. And that they don't have faith in Ojemudia. That's my thought process with that pick then. Because you've got Darby. Unless you're thinking more of maybe transitioning Surtain to, say, like a safety. But even then you have Justin Simmons. I don't understand the pick. I think that's surprise number 2 of the draft. But, here, I'm just adding Surtain to the crawl bar. And then we'll go over Surtain. I'm not knocking Surtain the player. I do think he's a great corner. Let's go, Drew. I still got... Yeah. They're giving Drew Lock another shot. But they're going to have him compete with Teddy Bridgewater, which isn't much of a competition. But, yeah, Drew Lock looks like gets to keep his job for now. Unless he messes up against... unless he messes up the competition against Teddy B. But Patrick Surtain had a great final year with Alabama. He was a junior, played all 3 years as a starter. Had his most snaps last year, 555 coverage snaps. So on 48 targets, he allowed 21 catches for 273 yards with 2 touchdowns and only 1 interception with a passer rating of 67.4. So he played great. No pros and cons for him. So I'll just go over what I saw in film, because I did watch film for him. He had really good man coverage. He knew how to read the quarterback. Was great. Technically, he was a great corner. Cowboys take Mond. That would be hilarious. Mel Kiper saying Justin Fields going to be a steal when he goes in the next few picks. I wonder if Dallas trades back here.
You've been working at this since you were 5 years old. What do you want to say to Dad right now?
Man, I just want to say
I'm thinking Dallas should trade back here. I doubt they will. Oh, Subway trade alert. There is a trade. Dallas Cowboys trade the pick to the Eagles. Oh! Eagles are taking Devontae Smith. Oh! That's it. Mac Jones sitting there like they said I was going to the 49ers. We have the first trade of the night. The Dallas Cowboys move out of the 10th spot as the Eagles move up to the 10th overall pick. Cowboys most likely move back to 12. This has got to be Devontae Smith. Gotta be. Philadelphia's on the clock with 3 minutes left on the time. I'm guessing they traded up ahead of the Giants because they knew the Giants would take Devontae Smith. No, that makes sense that they traded up because if they didn't trade up, then they wouldn't have gotten, then the Giants would have taken Devontae Smith. That's why they traded up 2 spots. Because they didn't want the Giants to take Devontae Smith. I'm surprised Dallas traded back, or like only a little bit. Yeah, this has got to be Devontae Smith here. But anyways, Surtain, well, I think was the best corner in the class. I think he was a shutdown corner. I don't think there's a better corner you could take. So I think the Broncos got a steal there. The Broncos are putting together a nice squad. If the quarterback wasn't such an issue, then it wouldn't be that much of a question. Wonder what the details for the trade are. So right now, ESPN still has Philly in the 12th spot. But I'm guessing that's just because they don't know details yet. If they don't go Devontae Smith, they're probably going to go Micah Parsons. But I'm guessing this has to be Devontae Smith. Eagles less than a minute to make their pick. I would love it if the Patriots didn't have to make a trade to get a quarterback. But I will also be upset if they don't take a quarterback. Patriots' reaction is definitely going up as an individual video. Alright, so the details of the trade. So, Cowboys get the 12th overall and a 2021 third-round pick. And the Eagles pick is in. Eagles pick is in. Bye-bye Hurts. That would be hilarious. So that puts the Giants on the clock. Offensive linemen are dropping like flies. I don't know why. Yeah, trading a third-round pick for 2 spots. That's what you get for trading in division, though. If anything, the Eagles... So, my guess is the Broncos didn't want to move because they knew the Cowboys were going to take Surtain if they didn't move. So, the Eagles made the deal with Dallas after Surtain dropped. So that they can move ahead to the Giants, and the Cowboys, their pick got stolen from them, so... So, I think the thing with this draft is it's very top heavy, and there's a lot of guys who are very high first round, second round picks, but the back end of the draft is so weak. Like if I'm a GM this year, I'm either trading up for picks this year or I'm using my late picks to trade back for picks next year because the back end of this draft does not look very good. Pick is in. Roger Goodell walking up to the podium. Wonder if the Giants trade back if this is Devontae Smith. There he is. Yeah, that woman dropped that mask down just to talk to him. But with the 10th overall pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Devontae Smith, wide receiver, Alabama. Heisman winner this past year, all-star athlete. I don't think you could have made a better pick there. Again, so I've talked about it so far. I don't really need to pull up Devontae Smith's thing. He was an all-star production this past year with Alabama, led to him getting the Heisman Trophy. But the one knock on him is his size, and he will be a beast if he can gain in weight. Because he's smaller. He's 6'1", 175. Those numbers are even false. He weighed in at 166 at his pro day. Yeah. Listen, I'm enjoying this because what this means is as long as there's no trades, the Patriots are going to have their pick between Mac Jones and Justin Fields. And I'm loving it. Absolutely loving it. But Devontae Smith, so the Alabama's receiving core has always been loaded. So in last year as the main starter, with 447 pass snaps, he was in the slot, out wide. He was out wide 2/3 more of the time. But on 145 targets, he had 117 receptions for 1,800 yards and 23 touchdowns. Stop forgetting Mond. Mond is the worst quarterback in this class, easily. But we don't talk about that. Listen, Devontae Smith, his best is his ball skills. He makes catches that are insane. Craziness. He has uncoachable fluidity, so loose at the line of scrimmage. He played the X role in Alabama's offense when the unit had 3 other round 1 receivers. So he was already like a starting receiver when they already had beast wide receivers. They've had Cortland Sutton, CeeDee Lamb, Henry Ruggs, Jalen Waddle, and Devontae Smith. Oh, Giants trade. The Giants have traded the pick to the Bears. Bears are trading up for a quarterback. Bears are trading up for a quarterback. The Giants have made a trade with the Chicago Bears. Oh boy. Oh boy. I swear if they take Mac Jones, I'm going to be upset. I don't want them to take Mac Jones. Please spare him. That's got to be a bit expensive for the Giants or for the Bears to move up. The Bears gave up a future 1. They gave up this year's 1, a future 1, And a bunch of late picks, too. Wow. Wow. Or wait, what did they? They made the trade. Adam Schefter's got the best. Adam Schefter probably has like 3 phones. He's got to. Wait, so what did... The pick is in, so that means Dallas is on the clock. I really don't want this to be Mac. If Mac Jones goes to the Bears, he's gonna bust. I will say that. I'm trying to find the details on this trade. Can't find them anywhere. I'm curious if they traded back. I didn't understand if they traded back to the 20th. Don't spoil. All right. I'll wait a bit for this pick. I'll wait a bit for this one. If they gave up this year's first and a future first, that's insane. To move up 9 spots. Draft picks are getting worth so much more and more. It's insane. All right, so the Giants do get this year's one as well. So the Bears don't get to keep their first already. So the Bears pick is in. That I would laugh so hard if this is Mond. I will laugh so hard if this is Mond. Ooh, someone else is making the pick, and I don't think it's Goodell. Someone else is walking up to the podium. I'm trying to think. It's got to be Fields. Please be Fields. Please be Fields. Oh. PFF accidentally spoiled it. I just noticed. Oops. Well. PFF somehow knew the pick way before everyone else. I'll wait until Goodell announces it, but... Woohoo! I'm gonna laugh because he's not gonna... The Bears can't develop quarterbacks to save their lives. This is hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. And the Bears, with the 11th overall pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Justin Fields, quarterback, Ohio State. Wow. The Bears gave up so many picks to do this. Wow. Justin Fields to the Bears. I feel so bad. Fields needed a place to where he could develop, and they're not going to be able to develop him. Wow. Insane. So, Justin Fields. Justin Fields, we've gone over him before, but Justin Fields, he played great at Ohio State, had a monster 2019 season, comes in for 2020 after petitioning for the Big Ten to play a season. He had an okay year, wasn't crazy. He's compared as a smaller Cam Newton. He's got great accuracy, but he has trouble with his reads, great completion percentage. Like we've said before, he played great, but he's more of a developmental guy, and I don't think he's ready to start yet. So the Bears and Andy Dalton's not going to want to develop him. Andy Dalton wants to win. So I don't know. Obviously, I don't want any player ever to bust, and I don't root for them to. So I'm wondering what's going to happen with the Bears here. Really do. They don't even have they have Allen Robinson, and that's it. Allen Robinson, Cole Kmet. Their offensive line is garbage. Man. If I had to guess now, I'm saying Justin Fields is the most likely to bust so far. But what this does do is it leaves Mac Jones for the Patriots. The only other team who's going to trade up for a quarterback is going to be... This is great for the Patriots, in my opinion, because I think Mac Jones best fits them, and you can go do that now. I'm going to cry if Mac Jones is the worst. Dallas pick is in, no trade. All right. So that leaves the Chargers on the clock. After this, Chargers are going to go Slater. I already know that. And if they don't, they're crazy. Cowboys. Let's see who the Cowgirls take. I'm going to laugh if the Cowgirls mess up this pick. I don't know who they'd take. Did they take Parsons? Or maybe Farley? Or maybe Morig? Does Morig jump up the boards now? I don't know. I don't know. Ooh. Interesting pick for the Cowboys. I kind of snuck it with PFF. Don't watch the screen for a sec if you don't want to tell who it is. It was only for a split second, but... Huh. Listen. I have a tendency to... I don't like surprises. I cheated. Yes, I cheated. Alright. But... Actually, because of the way the bar is, you guys can't see if I scroll that far. So you can't see this, I don't think. So that helps you guys out as the viewers, because I can see who it is, and you can't. Yeah, all right. That's good. So you guys can't see who it is, so I don't have to spoil it. I figured this might happen. I mentioned it a few seconds ago, but... Huh. I like the pick. Makes sense after a certain retiring, but I like the pick.
resources for those that need it. Elysium Bedrine, an Army veteran from Dallas, struggled with anxiety and depression after
I'm going to turn the crawl bar up a little bit. Not too much.
her struggle into triumph.
Yeah, it's going to be another long speech. That's why I'm kind of glad I looked at the thing. Kind of glad I cheated a little bit.
We thank you for your service and all you do to continue to help others during this challenging time.
I'm going to turn the crawl bar up just a little bit. Make it go a little faster. There we go. No, you keep telling me not to spoil it. I'm gonna wait. I like the pick though. I'll say that. Just right off the bat. I do like the pick. With the 12th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Micah Parsons, linebacker, Penn State. Yeah, I just cringed too. Micah Parsons. I love the pick. I would have loved Parsons to the Patriots if we didn't end up going quarterback. Again, my only knock on Parsons is his coverage ability. But with the retiring of Sean Lee, it makes sense that this is the pick. So I think it's a great move by Jerry Jones. And the fact that he traded back to do it. So I'm guessing Jerry Jones wanted a corner. Doesn't get it. So he takes the Sean Lee replacement in Micah Parsons. Makes sense to me. But here, we'll go into Parsons' player card. So again, my thing with Parsons is his coverage ability. That's like his biggest knock. Oh, does Parsons' thing not work? Ooh, that sucks if it doesn't. Alright, so I don't think I can show Parsons' full thing, but he was the #1 linebacker in 2019, opts out of the 2020 season. He's the best run defender, blitzer, tackler, all that in the draft class at linebacker. But again, his pass coverage isn't necessarily the best. And that's he would have been a junior this year. So he balled out as a sophomore. And a true one at that. So I think Parsons really does have a shot at being the best guy. Mike McCarthy on the phone with Parsons right now. another middle of the ground season for the Cowboys. I don't know. I do think Parsons helps them on the defensive side. Do I think it's at the position they needed the least amount of help at? Yes, but hey, control the middle of the field. I guess between the injuries with Leighton Vander Esch and Jalen Smith, Parsons helps that a good amount. So. Parsons said he was saying he was gonna go to Dallas. That's hilarious. That's so awesome to see like the reactions of these guys. Is he a pass rush linebacker or coverage? He's a pass rush. But he's also a very good run stopper. So he's an inside linebacker that just runs right down the middle. But I think he could also play edge. but I don't think they need edge too much. So I really they're gonna throw him in as a rush that passer, like come collapsing down the middle, kind of like if Duggar was a linebacker for the Patriots, because Duggar just runs right down the middle to make a play. That's gonna be Parsons for Dallas. Chargers on the clock. They have a little over 2 minutes left on their pick. New England 2 picks away. Yeah, their pass rush wasn't great last year. And they lost Aldon Smith. So. I think it's a good pick. I think the worst pick so far is probably, I don't even know. I don't know who I would say the worst pick is. Because there weren't necessarily any, I don't think there's any, like, god-awful picks. Do I think Horn was a bit of an overdraft? Yes, but I don't think it's a terrible pick. And I don't think Surtain really needed to go to the Broncos, but that secondary now looks like one of the best in the league. Chargers pick is in. They do not trade out. That leaves the Vikings on the clock now. Oh boy. I swear if the Patriots trade out or if someone trades with Minnesota, I will be devastated. I don't know. I'd say the worst pick so far is Patrick Surtain or Justin Fields. Surtain, more for the fact that they don't necessarily needed Surtain, and Fields more for the fact that he just went to, like, the worst team possible. I think the only worst team he could have gone to was maybe the Jets. So, yeah. That kind of sucks for him. This pick's going to be Rashawn Slater or Darisaw. They need an offensive line badly. The only other idea I can think of is Elijah Vera Tucker. So many commercials in the draft this year. Ugh. On to the Chargers just after drafting Herbert would laugh pretty hard. I would laugh pretty hard. I think the Chargers are the least likely team to take a quarterback, I'm thinking. Them or maybe the Chiefs. I'm still waiting for the Raiders pick because the Raiders are going to be very interesting with their pick, as usual. They've been very questionable the last few years. So last year they took Henry Ruggs and Damon Arnett in the first round. So we'll see. Ooh, there's a Tom Brady special coming out on ESPN Plus in the fall this year. Excited for that. This is exciting because it's one of the few times where the Patriots pick actually matters that much, you know, so Patriots sub right now is not happy. Patriots sub is very in a mix right now between they're upset Fields got taken, but ooh, need you to spoil? Alright, I got you. I'll see if the pick went through. Pick did go through. With the 13th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the LA Chargers select Rashawn Slater. Teased you there. Rashawn Slater, great pick for the Chargers. They really need offensive line help, and that's what they just went and got. So, not really much of it. It was just a slam dunk pick for them. Not much different you could have done. Yeah. Rashawn Slater gives Justin Herbert a good pass protector. Chargers just needed help on the offensive line all around, and that's exactly what they get in Rashawn Slater. PFF has the picks like a whole minute before they select them on TV. It's hilarious.
13th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft. The Los Angeles Chargers select Rashawn Slater Jr., tackle, Northwestern.
There is a moment of purple pride, if we can, for the first Northwestern player to be drafted in round one since 2005.
I see you smiling, Greedy. I see you smiling.
I will merely say that I did not wear a purple tie tonight by accident. And there is the National Coach of the Year, Pat Fitzgerald, and this is his first number one pick.
I like the Slater pick. I do think it's one of the things that's going to help the Chargers build a team for the future. There is the saying where if you want to build a Super Bowl team, you build in the trenches out. So I think that's exactly what the Chargers are doing. Vikings on the clock, less than 4 minutes left for their pick. Currently 2 viewers, 6 likes. Thank you guys so much. I know I say thank you a lot. And even though it is only 2 of you watching, I'm just very appreciative of the chance that I get to even do this. So, really, it means a lot that I actually get people viewing. Because you see, like, Twitch viewers who get like absolutely no one to watch their stuff. You know, even if you're just have me on mute in the background because you're my friend or something. Really, I appreciate you guys so much, especially the 6 people who liked. Love it. Thank you guys so much. Chargers are going to be playoff contenders next year. If they don't make the playoffs, then they're doing something wrong. That's just my thought process on that. The AFC is going to be very competitive next year. Vikings pick still not coming in. I'm guessing they're fielding trade offers to trade up ahead of New England. I just want Mac Jones. Give me Mac Jones, baby. Does anyone wear number 10 for the Patriots? Patriots roster. I don't think anyone does. Nope, nobody wears number 10 right now for the Patriots. So bring on down Mac Jones in a number 10 jersey for me, please. Vikings still have not. Oh. Vikings have traded the 14th pick. Please not to a team that needs a quarterback. The Vikings trade the pick to the New York Jets. Really? New York Jets trade up to the 14th overall pick. So I'm guessing that's going to involve their second first round pick that they got in the trade for in the trade away of Jamal Adams. So the Vikings trade back, which is a little surprising because they could have gotten Darisaw. But what this does is this secures the opportunity to take. This secures the opportunity for the Patriots to take. Mac Jones. Mac Jones to the Patriots has a real opportunity here.
so hard being out. I use that as just motivation to keep going harder in my training and just be even more prepared for this moment.
I'm loving this. If the Patriots mess this up, I'm going to be upset.
So now potentially you could be protecting the
So Vikings probably trade back to 23. We'll confirm that in a bit. But we'll throw it in as that for now.
I'm a great technician. I'm gonna do my thing. I got you. Let's get it.
awesome job. Congratulations.
It's a great moment for Rashawn Slater, and this is interesting. The New York Jets have made a trade. They've moved up to number 14. Who did they come get?
Listen, I'm going to be upset if it's not a quarterback for the Pats. Jets pick is in. That means New England is on the clock. Oh boy.
With our first pick in the draft, the Rose home team selects Justin Fields.
Mr. Breeze, I'm just so humbled to be chosen. You know, everyone knows what I can do on the field, but nobody's seen what I can do off the field just yet.
So what community will you go help out first?
Now, since I have the lowest
5 streams next month if no quarterback by the Pats.
Welcome to the home team.
Man. It'd be a little difficult to pull off. If anything, I'd just do more videos. If I have time for streams, I'd just do more videos, to be honest. Cuz I feel like I don't upload enough anyway. But, you know, that's just me. Yeah, 1 week's worth of life. Yeah, I've got a very busy schedule. Surprising for a teenager, but I got a bunch of stuff. That would be hilarious if the Jets took Mac Jones here. I just read, so that was the tweet that I was just reading. If Mac Jones went to the Patriots here, or to the Jets, that'd be hilarious. It could work, you know. You develop both quarterbacks. You know, you go with the quarterback by committee. Might work. You never know. These picks are going so slow. I hate that all these teams are taking so much time. I wanted Mac over Trey Lance and Justin Fields. If for some weird reason Trevor Lawrence or Zach Wilson magically fell, then I would have taken either of them over Mac. But yeah, I like Mac Jones because he has the least amount of questions about him. So yeah, I would take Mac over Fields and Lance, especially because he fits the Pats mold. Yeah, it's past 10 o'clock and we're not even halfway. These teams are been taking so the teams have been taking long with the picks, and then they do so many commercials. Like the Jets pick is in, go make the selection. It's ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. I'm cheating. Ooh, found the Jets pick. See, that's the thing. I wonder how far behind our streams are, because you're a little bit more behind than I am, Mobile God, right? But I just saw the pick the Jets made on PFF. The Florida wide receiver, Kadarius Toney. I love Kadarius Toney. I had a friend put me on to him. Was so excited when I saw his film. I would love him to be like a trade up late first or get him in the second round for the Pats. But that's unlikely. I think he goes somewhere late to say like the Packers or the Ravens or Saints or someone like that. A team that's wide receiver needy in the back end. But the Jets pick is in. Goodell should be going up to the podium to announce it in a sec, but PFF has the pick, so I'm going to throw it into the crawl bar. Interesting idea. Honestly, it makes sense for what they're trying to do. I'm not a hater of the move, and I think they saw an opportunity for the pick with the way the draft board was shaking out. So definitely like them taking advantage. Drumroll. With the 14th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Elijah Vera Tucker, offensive lineman, USC. Love it. As much of a Jets hater that I am, the Jets made the right move here, going to get an offensive lineman, especially interior at that. So they've got Mekhi Becton at left tackle, and now you can put Vera Tucker anywhere on that offensive line, anywhere. So what? I've been looking back and forth the TV, so I don't catch everything. What was I supposed to see? Belichick just called Mac. Oh boy. I thought no spoilers. Nah, I'm playing. I don't care. Why do they still have the Jets there? The ESPN's broken. The Jets still have the 14th pick. Is that a sign that I don't want to hear the Patriots pick? Ugh. Come on, switch it over. Please. Why do they keep oh my gosh, it keeps breaking the transition for who's on the clock, it keeps breaking. Not happy. I'm getting very curious now. Is this them trying to tell me that I'm not gonna like the pick? Oh, yo, ESPN just spoiled it. Wait, yo. I think ESPN just spoiled it. So, in their mess of figuring out the board, they showed the Jets as taking Mac Jones. Come on! Bring him on home, please. Please bring in Mac Jones. This is a match made in heaven. The pick is in, which means Arizona is on the clock and the Patriots pick is on. Here we go.
With food insecurity a challenge for so many Americans, we've teamed up with Feeding America as part of Draft-a-thon to help fight hunger. Don Cox is behind me, a former Marine, saw a need in his community and started providing food to fellow veterans. He and his team have provided more than 5.6 million meals in 10 different states through Food for Vets.
Come on, I just want to hear the pick. Please. Patriots, come on. Pick is in.
With the 15th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the six-time world champion New England Patriots select Mac Jones.
Woo! Let's go! With the 15th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Mac Jones, baby! Woo! Let's go, New England. Yes! Let's go. So hype right now. Mac Jones. Alright, ignore the voice crack. Ignore the voice crack. Alright. Mac Jones, quarterback. Alabama. To the New England Patriots, baby. Woo! So, why I love this so much. Look at Mac Jones this past year. An adjusted completion percentage of 84%. Number 1 in the league. His best strength is his underneath accuracy, right? Exactly what the Patriots do. They don't chuck the ball deep. They throw it underneath. They throw the screens, the curls, the ins. Love it. 4,500 yards. 41 touchdowns to 4 interceptions. A passer rating of 141. He operated one of the most dominant offenses in college football history. Veteran mindset. Doesn't miss short balls. The only things questionable about him is he's immobile. He doesn't run that often. His arm strength isn't like the greatest, but that can be worked on. And he had top receivers his whole time as a starter. But still, great pick. I love this. The Patriots didn't have to trade at all to get him. I'm so hyped for this pick. So hyped for this pick. This is the first time the Patriots have drafted a quarterback in the first round since, when was Bledsoe drafted? 1993. Right? I just want to double check that. When was Drew? I should know this. I did a whole video on him. It was 93, right? Yeah, 93. Just needed to confirm that. But yes, Mac Jones, best quarterback for the Patriots to get in this draft. Love it. They didn't have to trade to get him. So hyped. Cardinals pick is in. But let's go.
I mean, you just sit around and wait, and I'm just so blessed to be a part of a great organization, like I said. And, it's not really where you get picked, it's what you do with the opportunity, and that's what Coach Saban told me. So I'm just going to follow that.
Dreams fulfilled. When you were 7-year-old, you actually illustrated
Let's go. 1 year from now. I swear, I hope not.
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, along the way, a lot of people are going to tell you you can't do something. You just got to keep pushing, but, we're just getting started.
I hope not. But I am so hyped for this pick. So hyped. Hold on. I need to check Patriots Pro Shop. Going shopping. Jerseys. Come on. Did they release it yet? They did. Oh, but it's the number 1. All right. I told you guys. I'll even do a video of me getting the video maybe. But Mac Jones jersey is coming in hot. My quarterback, baby. So excited for that pick. So excited. Cardinals pick is in. After the Cardinals pick, we're going to take a short, 2-minute intermission. I need to go grab food because I'm hungry. But after the Cardinals pick is coming up right now.
With the 16th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Zayden Collins.
Ooh. That's a little bit of an odd pick. With the 16th overall pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Zayden Collins. linebacker TC or where is he out of? I just missed it. I forget where he went to school. Zaven Collins. Oh, Tulsa. That's right. Zaven Collins. I didn't think the Cardinals really needed I guess they have an inside linebacker need, but I'm honestly surprised they didn't go, say, a corner or running back here. Or maybe a defensive lineman. I don't know. I think the pick is okay. I just don't think it was exactly what they needed per se. But Zaven Collins, he's got great size. He's 6'4", 260. His worst weakness is his tackling. Pros, freak of nature, edge rusher type of skill when blitzing. Running backs don't stand a chance. Movement skills, like an undersized linebacker, shuts down throwing lanes. So he's good in pass coverage. He's not a dominant tackler. Could be more of a bully than he is, and will finesse into blocks. Level of competition was no great shakes. So obviously by this, he didn't play the greatest of talent, and a skill set that's very scheme specific, not going to be a value add for anyone. So he has to fit in with what the Cardinals want to do. So, but anyways, we're gonna take a very short 2-minute break. I need to just go grab something. Hold on. We're gonna go with 3 minutes just to give me a little bit of time. But I will be back in a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. Took a short intermission. We are halfway through the draft. The Patriots selected Mac Jones with the 15th overall pick, and then the Cardinals selected Zaven Collins with the 16th overall pick. The Raiders pick is in, but Goodell is not going up to announce it yet. Very interesting draft so far. I don't think there have been a ton of, say, overdrafts, but I'm shocked with how the quarterbacks have gone down, because there was the idea that the quarterbacks, 5 of them might go in the top 10, and the Patriots just stood pat and didn't have to trade up. Mac Jones said the Patriots is really where he wanted to play. I'm so excited to have him here. Raiders pick is in. Goodell's going up to make the pick.
With the 17th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Alex Leatherwood.
I knew the Raiders were going to do something funny. I called it with... yeah, calm down a bit. With the 17th overall pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Alex Leatherwood, offensive lineman, Alabama. Huh. See, so Leatherwood played left tackle at Alabama, but they're saying he wouldn't be a left tackle in the NFL. I don't know. I felt like Leatherwood was going to drop in the draft, but I guess not. We're just going to mark him as an offensive lineman for now. He played with great versatility for Alabama. He was a beast on that offensive line and was a 2-year starter there, at least, off the top of my head. Alex Leatherwood. Yeah, so PFF had him 40th. He doesn't have the athleticism you want for a top-tier tackle, but he makes up for it with length and strength. Had a great grades last year. Had a great run blocking grade. Pass blocking wasn't necessarily the greatest, but the Raiders desperately needed help on that offensive line, and they got it. So he's been a 3-year starter, actually. So he was a senior. So in 2018, he played 922 snaps at right guard. Then 2019 and 2020, he played left tackle. So he got swapped around. Some cons for him: he plays with a ridiculously wide base, limits agility and recovering ability. He gets cornered far too easily, struggles to locate at the second level, and a tendency to lurch into contact rather than drive his feet. Leads with too many whiffs. So the Raiders needed an offensive lineman, but I don't necessarily know if Leatherwood was the best one to get, because Darisaw is still there. Huh. The Raiders just doing their Raiders thing. Really odd pick for the Raiders. It's definitely a need for them, but I don't necessarily understand why they took Leatherwood. But it's John Gruden, Mike Mayock. They make very odd decisions all the time. So, not surprised. On the clock is Miami. Their pick is in, which means Washington's on the clock. Honestly, I would not be surprised if Mond goes to Washington.
With the 18th pick,
So the Dolphins took Waddle, and now with this pick, they take.
the Miami Dolphins select Jalen Phillips, defensive
All right.
Miami.
With the 18th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Jalen Phillips, defensive end out of Miami. So Jalen Phillips was deemed the best edge rusher in this class, and the reason it was questioned whether he would go high or not was because of injury concerns. So if those aren't that big of an issue, then he looks set to be able to play for the Dolphins. But those concussions, man, they're a real killer. So we'll see how that goes from. But Jalen Phillips, 1-year starter at Miami with 542 defensive snaps, 284 pass rush, 241 run defense. He had 9 sacks, 4 hits, 29 hurries, and 3 batted balls. Pop out on contact is his biggest strength. He gets compared to Frank Clark, but again, his injury history. He's already retired once because of concussions. Already has left the league because of concussions. Don't necessarily if that's a good look on him, but hey, the Dolphins took him with the first. He's definitely a great pass rusher. I just don't know if he should have gone this early per se. I think it was more of a homegrown pick because he went to University of Miami. But that's just my thought on it. 3 viewers currently, 7 likes. Likes keep going up. Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate it. Right now, Washington is on the clock. A lot of teams going with nearby picks. Panthers took J.C. Horn from South Carolina. Dolphins just took Jalen Phillips out of Miami. If Mond goes in the if Mond goes in the first round, the stream ends. So better hope he doesn't go in the first. But yeah, Phillips, he didn't do well against top tier opponents like Clemson. He played okay, getting a 68.3, but against other teams, so like Virginia Tech, he did well. Duke, he did well. I don't even know what that school is. Can't even tell what that school is. But yeah, he doesn't play too much in the gaps. He's definitely outside the tackle. He's easily a pure edge in this class. So I don't hate the pick, but actually I love the pick because he goes to the Dolphins. So if he screws up, then it's in division. Washington pick is in, which puts the Giants on the clock. There's way too many commercials in this draft this year. Don't look at the pick. Ooh, might have to. Oh, pick isn't even there. Not yet. I tried to look. It's not available. Hopefully these last few picks go pretty quick.
Average has no home in your yard. Lucky for you, we don't do average. Instead, we make lawn tractors that aren't just grass cutting machines, they're task cutting machines. In zero turns, meet zero compromise. From speed to strength.
Trying again.
They'll level up any lawn. And for the take charge type,
Nope, still not through. Rip.
like your yard. So it needs a mower like no other. One designed for those who love to lawn.
Alright, I'll hear you out this one time, Lawrence, even though I always say no. Hear you out one time.
The all-new 2021 Ford F-150. Tough this smart can only be
Yeah, 2 hours later, still have 3 picks left. That would suck. The Carolina pick shook up the... Yeah, I think the mixture of both the corner picks, 8 and 9. Because what happened with that is the Panthers should have gone offensive line, didn't, or even maybe wide receiver. But they take Horn, and then Surtain goes at 9. Nobody expected him to go, so Cowboys drop. And then so the Eagles take advantage, trade up for Devontae Smith, which causes the Giants to drop. Yeah, I do think that pick messed up the draft a little bit.
The Washington football team selects Jamin Davis, linebacker, Kentucky.
Oh, Washington. That dude rose up the board so quickly in the last week. With the 19th overall pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Washington football team selects Jamin Davis, linebacker, Kentucky. Yeah, I did not like seeing Devontae Smith go to the Eagles. So Jamin Davis climbed up the boards so fast. So fast. I didn't even know who he was until like a week ago. Alright, you did tell me he was going to go high. But we don't talk about that. He's not even rated that good, which is what I don't understand. So, in almost 600 defensive snaps, which were almost all run defense or pass coverage, he had 75 tackles. He missed 8 tackles.
Here's the thing I love. Washington has a great defensive line. That means that linebacker behind them is going to be scot-free. You can be a run and hit linebacker. You come down here and go
I haven't watched anything with Jamin Davis. He climbed up the boards so quick. So they're saying his biggest strength is his frame, but his coverage experience is a big weakness. Long-limbed and lean. He was projected as a 3rd round pick with only 1 season under his belt. He needs more time in coverage. That's what he needs. So I don't understand why Washington needs him, though. They've got Cole Holcomb in the middle linebacker spot. If anything, Washington should have gone offensive line here, and I don't understand why they didn't. Yeah, I don't like his games for 2021. His one good game was against Tennessee. Yeah, he did play for Kentucky, but so did Josh Allen. And Josh Allen went 7th overall 2 years ago. So I don't think that matters too much. Coverage stops, he only had 8 coverage stops, 28 run stops. Receptions on targets, he had allowed 30 catches on 40 targets. That's not good. He allowed a 75% completion percentage. Touchdown, he allowed 1 touchdown. I don't know, man. I don't know. Giants are currently on the clock with about 4 minutes left on their time. I'm guessing they go wide receiver here. Probably Bateman, Moore, or Kadarius Toney. Kentucky's defense must have been terrible for the fact that he like didn't get any looks. So his cons are he goes backward on contact, 3 gimme interceptions, zone eyes are slow to react, only 1 year as a starter, and very limited coverage. Only 26 snaps in man coverage last year. Bro, I don't like this pick. This is the first pick that I absolutely do not like. And that's because they probably could have gotten this dude later. And they have other needs. Christian Darrisaw is falling down the board. Absolutely falling down the board. I don't think they needed. They didn't need it. I don't know. Tone in the chat, yeah. Tone should be the 4th receiver going. That's just me. I think Bateman's not going to be that great after looking at his film. He's very straightforward. That's about it. Giants taking a long time with this pick. I wonder if they're thinking about trading back again. $13 more picks in the draft. The Giants pick is in, so not a second trade back for them, which means Indianapolis is on the clock next. If the Giants don't go receiver here, then I don't know what they do. Take Mond Jones. Yeah, Daniel Jones Honestly, I think Daniel Jones has a chance to develop. With the receivers he has now, get him another one right here. And if he sucks, then it's definitely on him. It's funny, so watching the ESPN coverage, only like Mel Kiper is he's using like old pen and paper types. Like the other guys have tablets, and Mel Kiper's just like, nah, I'm rocking with paper. What am I eating? Damn, I'm a loud chewer. Cheetos. That was the snack I found in the cupboard. They're the crunchy Cheetos too, but I like Cheetos Puffs better. That's just me. If the Giants don't go receiver here, I don't know what they're doing. Goodell going up to the podium. Pick is in. Let's hear it. Oh, wow. With the 20th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Kadarius Toney. We called it. I think Toney was a beast wide receiver out of Florida. Now, did he probably get a little bit of help with having Kyle Pitts on his team? Yeah, probably. But dude was still a beast of a receiver. Was able to get open. Made great plays. So, on 84 targets, had 70 catches, 977 yards for 10 touchdowns. Lined up mostly in the slot. And that's really what the Giants need. So they got Kenny Galladay as an outside threat. They still have Sterling Shepard, Darius Slayton, and now they just brought in Kadarius Toney. So I'm guessing that means Sterling Shepard's gone eventually, but I think Tony's a good pick for them. He's got great playmaking ability. Some of his rare ability with the ball in his hands, flexibility to sink in cuts and is a sight to behold. Creates his own routes. Elite acceleration, only 3 career drops on 123 catchable balls. He's a wholly unpolished route runner, nowhere near as precise as he'll need to be, and he'll face a fair amount of traffic. How he'll fail. Bleh. Been talking to myself for way too long. How he'll fare in traffic is unknown. 10 contested catch opportunities in his career. Injuries limited to only 510 snaps over his first 3 years, and top speed doesn't match his burst. So he's got a quick burst, but he doesn't have like insane speed, is what they're trying to say there. So he's a great slot receiver, but I think it's a great pick for the Giants. You are talking, but you're chatting. That I have to just talk like this for the whole night. That's a funny picture. So Kadarius Toney has a table in front of him, and it had every single hat from each team. It was funny. Regular Cheetos, yeah, they're the normal crunchy Cheetos. But I like the Puffs better. I'm so happy that the Patriots were able to get a quarterback without trading, because I was very worried that they weren't going to be able to get any quarterback without having to trade. And they were able to go do it, so. Like, if they had to trade up, they would have had to get rid of the 46th overall. So, the Patriots draft, they had... Excuse me. They had the first overall, or the 15th overall pick. They have 1 second rounder, that's the 46th overall. And they have 1 third rounder, that's the 96th overall. So, only 3 picks in the first 100. It's not necessarily a good thing to do, so if they had to trade up, they would have definitely lost one of those. So, it's very helpful that they did not have to trade up at all. And they get the quarterback they need, so. If I'm Cam Newton, I'm kind of upset, though. But I'm looking at it this way. Cam Newton's going to be the starter week 1. Unless he does absolutely terrible. Unless Cam Newton plays like how he played at the end of last year, Cam Newton will be the starter week 1. So I'm hoping the Patriots first half of the schedule is light. I think Belichick wants Mac Jones to sit for as long as possible. Yeah. I don't think Mac Jones is going to do that terrible. What I think this is going to prove is, if they can't develop Mac Jones, then Josh McDaniels is a fraud. So. The Colts pick is in. They did not trade out. Puts Tennessee on the clock. Colts pick here's got to be Rashad Bateman, I'm guessing. They need a receiver. They only have Michael Pittman and T.Y. Hilton, and T.Y. Hilton's aging. Paris Campbell was a bust in the second round a few years ago. They're going to need the help. I forgot Russell Wilson got Walter Payton Man of the Year. It's kind of funny. Those trade rumors were very interesting. If Russell Wilson got traded to the Bears, I'm wondering if Justin Fields didn't go to the Bears, right? So say the Bears end up trading for for Russell Wilson, so they don't need to take a quarterback. Who do the Patriots pick between Justin Fields and Mac Jones? That's what I don't know. So the Colts got Carson Wentz in the offseason, so they have a quarterback. I guess. I wouldn't necessarily call him a quarterback, but they'll say they have a quarterback. So we'll go with that. But I don't necessarily think he's going to be a great quarterback for them per se. I don't know. We'll see. What's with the Mac Jones slander? Come on, man. I think Justin Fields would have worked in the Patriots offense, but I would have preferred Mac Jones. Mond might go late first. I figured that was going to be a sneaky need for the Colts. No, I'm not passing the Cheetos. With the 21st pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Kwity Paye, edge rusher out of Michigan. Go get your own Cheetos, my guy. Kwity Paye. So, I love edge rushers out of Michigan. The Patriots have two of them, in Chase Winovich and Josh Uche. Both have been great players for New England. And I think Kwity Paye is going to be the next one. So, Kwity Paye is more of the Chase Winovich mold, where he's more on the D-line, where Uche is more off-ball. But Kwity Paye showed out this year. For a bit, he was projected as the best edge rusher in the class, so played 258 defensive snaps, got 2 sacks, 4 hits, 16 hurries, and that was only in 4 games this year, right? So his pass rush grade, insane. His run defense was alright, but that's not necessarily what the Colts needed. They've got DeForest Buckner in the middle, Darius Leonard. They didn't need run defense. They needed pass rushers. And that's what they just went and got. So his biggest weakness is his pass rush plan. So he's number 1 on Bruce Feldman's freaks list last year. His sub 6.5 second 3-cone is out of the world. Beefy edge build, able to sink low and contact, distinct year on year improvement every season. He did get better every single year. Shows he's committed. So his pass rush move is often him trying to barrel through opposing linemen. So he's got to work on his craft of getting to the quarterback. Doesn't really set up offensive linemen, just fires off and goes. Despite size, not much of an interior pass rusher, and doesn't have many counters or combos in his pass rushing repertoire. So he's a development project, essentially. But I think the Colts are a good spot for him to go do that too. I think it's a good pick. The Colts secretly needed an edge, so I do think that helps them. I wonder how back-ended the receivers are going to be. This Tennessee pick has got to be Elijah Moore. It's got to be Elijah Moore. That's the only pick I can think of to pair him with A.J. Brown. That's what I'm thinking here. Trying to think. So who's left that shouldn't still be here? All right, so Christian Barmore. Christian Barmore's great. Christian Darrisaw, Trevon Moehrig, Rashawn Bateman, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. He's still in. The pick is not in. Tennessee is still on the clock with 2.5 minutes left. I do think the worst pick is still Washington getting Jamin Davis. I feel like that's an overdraft. Elijah Moore would be a great pick because you can just pair him with A.J. Brown. Coming up at 11 p.m. tonight with 10 picks remaining, 10 or 11 picks remaining. Definitely gonna end up past midnight. Rest in peace, sleep. What I don't understand is like, so I guess you have to just wait and see how the board shakes down. But I don't know why it takes these teams so long to really decide who they want. If you make a draft order and figure out what you would go for where, then it shouldn't really take you that long to decide. You're spending months, or you're spending the last few weeks trying to decide that in general. Unless I'm thinking it wrong and you're putting together your board all the way up until now, and then when it comes time to make the pick, you're going up. That's when you have the discussion. But I don't know. The pick is in for the Titans. As I'm over here rambling. This has got to be Elijah Moore. Pair two Ole Miss receivers. Give Tannehill another weapon to throw to. But the Titans should go, say, tight end in day 2. With Jonnu Smith leaving to the Patriots. Yeah. Kellen Mond back up Ryan Tannehill. They got neat fan sections there at the venue for the draft. Roger Goodell's walking up to the podium to make the pick. If the Titans don't go receiver here, they're going to go edge. It's the only logical pick. Average about 7 minutes between each pick. Rip. That's tough.
With the 22nd pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, Tennessee Titans select Caleb Farley, defensive back, Virginia Tech.
You know what? That pick makes sense. So, with the 22nd pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Caleb Farley, cornerback, Virginia Tech. So, with this pick, the Titans, they dropped Malcolm Butler and Adoree Jackson, and they signed Jackrabbit to match. Not really a good look. And Christian Fulton was awful last year after they drafted him in the second round. So they definitely needed the corner help, and they get it with Caleb Farley. The only thing with Caleb Farley is that he had the surgery on his back, and they don't know if he's going to last in the pros because of those injuries. So, don't know how long he'll last, but he's a great cover corner. Pull up his stats here. So he didn't play last year, or he didn't play in 2020, but he's got top end speed, close distance anytime a wide receiver got a step downfield. Ideal build for a corner. He's got great ball production, 6 picks in 2 seasons. Does well to box wide receivers to the sideline. But some of his cons, his press man traits were with little press man experience. He had 58 press man snaps in his career. Clunky transitions in press, static alignment, and we haven't seen him play since 2019, as he opted out in 2020, and he had the surgery. So I don't know if he'll be able to play week 1, but Titans take him with the first round pick. Vikings currently on the clock with the 23rd pick. So they traded back earlier with the oh shoot, who traded up from the 23rd? I'm blanking already. They made the trade with pick is in. Vikings pick is in. They made the trade with the Jets. Okay. So the Vikings traded back from 14 with the Jets to end up with the 23rd pick is in. This has gotta be Darisaw. And the Vikings just stole this draft. They could have taken Darisaw at 14, trade back, and he falls right back in their lap. They got real lucky with this one. If they don't take Darisaw, then I'm going to be very confused, because I don't think there's a better offensive lineman for them to take. Yeah, Farley has a chance to do well, but it's going to be a matter of how is his back going to hold up. There's so many commercials with the draft this year. I feel like that they replaced the weird, they replaced the sad stories with all these commercials. Takes way too long. I can't really think of a way that would remedy less commercials though. Like these guys, like they're obviously not gonna just gonna drop the amount of commercials for the draft, but oh, they just showed Bill Belichick's draft room from last year with Nike in the chair. They're showing all the draft rooms from last year. I don't understand the long table draft rooms. Like, I feel like the circular table would be better. You didn't know Belichick had a dog? That was the meme of the draft last year because Belichick set up the camera in like his dining room. Nike was sitting in the chair. That's his dog's name. And he walked out of the room to make his picks and trades and whatnot. Alright, I finally got a pick right again. Vikings with the 23rd overall pick in the 2021 NFL Draft select Christian Darrisaw, offensive tackle, Virginia Tech. So, I'm honestly surprised he fell this far, and I don't know why he did, but he did. But now he's with the Vikings. I think that's a great pickup for the Vikings, as they needed a little bit of offensive line help. As Ezra Cleveland is also a big question mark on that offensive line as well, but Riley Reef left as well. So they do have questions on the offensive line. But Darrisaw helps that out. He played left tackle in college, but he could probably be put on either side in the pros. We'll go pull up Darrisaw's player card. So he had 95.6 PFF grade. Insane score. On 669 snaps, he didn't allow a single sack or hit and only had 6 hurries. His NFL comparison is Eric Flowers, which is a little odd. So his pros, he's an oxygen offensive tackle. Defenders move when he hits them. Punch stops rushers in their tracks. Upper body strength is amazing. Never gets out of control or overextended. Confident with his plan. Faced a slate of talented edge players in the ACC who will be playing in the NFL. So he's been tested as well. Some cons: too quick to open up outside hip and let defenders run the loop on him. Patient to fall at times, no urgency when loses control of blocks. Run heavy Virginia Tech offense rarely left him on an island, and only 1 year of elite grading. Massive leap from 2019 to 2020. So you do see he did okay in 2019, but then in 2020 had an amazing year. You like that pick over Farley for them. Caleb Farley, I think, was the better pick for the Titans to make defensively. I do think they needed secondary help. The Pittsburgh Steelers are currently on the clock at 24. This might be running back, if Najee Harris, but this could also be offensive lineman. Farley wasn't on the board for the Vikings. Farley went before. I think Darisaw was the best pick. The Vikings, they brought in Pat P, and they already have Cameron Dantzler, and they drafted another and Jeff Gladney from last year. Steelers pick is in. With the 24th overall pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Najee Harris, running back, Alabama. The first running back to go in the first round this year. Alabama running backs in going the first round have been a trend as of recently. With Josh Jacobs going there. I don't know. I don't think this is a great pick for the Steelers because you still don't have an offensive line. And they need a center. They need offensive tackles. I don't think this helps them at all. What's Najee Harris going to run behind? So, I don't think that really benefits them in any way. But I think that's a complete overreach. I think they could have traded up early into the second round to go get him. But Najee Harris had 2 productive years with Alabama, getting over 1,200 yards in both years, with almost 6 yards per attempt in both, with almost 40 total touchdowns, and he was also very involved in the passing game. His biggest strength was his catch radius, so he's got loose hips for a big back, can shake defenders. He's got size and strength advantage that will translate to the NFL. Some of his cons, one of the slower top running back prospects. So only 25 career carries he had that were over 20 plus yards. He runs behind an elite line, almost always gets to the line of scrimmage clean. So that's what I'm saying is with the Steelers, they don't have the greatest offensive line, so he's not going to be able to get to the line of scrimmage every time. So it's going to be a matter of is he going to be able to run through that or not. Yeah, I don't think this is a great pick for the Steelers. Alabama is tied for the most draft picks in the first round in history, with 6. I'm trying to think if they have a shot for more. Where's Alabama? So Devontae Smith, Waddle. Okay, so if Barmore goes in the draft, then they break the record. If Barmore or Landon Dickerson, those are the 2 guys that have a shot. Barmore and Dickerson. Yeah, Najee Harris was a great back, but we don't know how he's going to do in the pros because of how good Alabama's offensive line was. And he's going to Pittsburgh that has a terrible offensive line. So, I don't know. I don't think that's a great pick for them. I think they should have gone offensive tackle or traded back because this draft is offensive tackle heavy. So, Jacksonville's on the clock with under 5 minutes left for them with the 25th pick. They took Trevor Lawrence earlier. We'll see who they take with their second first-round pick. If anything, I might trade back with this pick. Get someone to trade up for a better player. Top players available will probably be Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. He's still there. Christian Barmore, Trayvon Moehrig, and Jason Owe and Azeez Ojulari. So there's still some like back-end first-round talent that's available, or even middle of the draft talent. If Owusu-Koramoah doesn't go here, he goes to the Browns next. That's just a slam dunk pick. I think Moehrig goes here, Joe goes to Cleveland, and then the Ravens take a tackle. It's a very interesting draft this year. Not a crazy lot of trades. Definitely not as many as people expected there to be, I don't think. Like I feel everyone expected trade ups into the top 10, which didn't happen. So, I mean, hey, I'm happy with what happened. Patriots in the end got the quarterback that I think they should have got. So, great on them. Jacksonville's pick is in, but they're on commercial break. Like I feel like they have more commercials than actual analysis stuff. What they do is they come back whenever Goodell makes the pick. They talk about it for all of like 2-3 minutes and then go back to a 10-minute commercial break. It's ridiculous. So many commercials. I feel like that's going to be the biggest complaint this year. All the commercials. Need a top wide receiver list. Been seeing a lot of DK slander. Top wide receivers in the league? Like, if I were to do, like, say, top 5 or 10 wide receivers in the league? I don't know. I feel like it's kind of known who the top wide receivers are. I don't think DK is a top 5 receiver. All he does is run streaks. So, all he does is run verts and posts. So, I wouldn't say he's a top 5 receiver, maybe top 10 if I... Rattling off the top of my head, D-Hop, Julio, Stephon Diggs. That's like top 3 right there. Oh, brother. Oh, brother, what? They're taking so long to announce this pick. I'm going to cheat. Wow. That's hilarious. So they haven't announced the pick yet, but I'll announce it myself. DK is not a top 5 wide receiver yet. I said he's maybe top 10, but he's not top 5. With the 25th overall pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Travis Etienne, running back, Clemson. Huh. So, Jacksonville goes and gets the running back that they had for Trevor Lawrence. they go get the quarterback, then they go get his running back. Yeah, by James Robinson is right. So much for that guy. Be a one-year wonder. Yeah. Philip Lindsay was more of a homegrown guy, though. I don't think Philip Lindsay was ever like a top dude, and that even Broncos players say that he was never even that great. But Etienne, that's a surprise pick. So Etienne had 2 great years as starters in 2018, 2019. 2020 hits, and he has a bit of a drop in production. loses yards per carry, drops in touchdowns. Had his most career receiving yards. So he's a more elusive Lamar Miller. Pros: home run waiting to happen, special big play ability, reinvented himself as a legit weapon in the passing game as a senior. Burst from a standstill is different from every other back in the class. Contact balance for days. So Cons gets caught looking for a bounce out. Rushing numbers took a big hit when Clemson all offensive line fell off in 2020. That's what they were saying is, so his production dropped because Clemson's offensive line wasn't as great. Now to take what's there kind of back, not going to grind out short gains. Hasn't had a game with 20 plus carries since 2018. I don't see how the carries is that big of a deal, as you can say that he's got better treads on his tires. But I don't know, that's just me with that. Is it just me, or do the hats this year for the draft picks, are they awful? They're so unoriginal. It's the same thing for each team except just the logo, the team logo's different. I don't know. So ETN, the Jaguars' offensive line isn't the greatest, but James Robinson was able to get 1,000 yards behind it, so I don't see why ETN shouldn't be able to. Urban Meyer's just making Clemson Central in Jacksonville. Cleveland's pick is in. I'm guessing this is Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. It's gotta be. Coming up on the tail end of the draft here. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. 7 picks left. He's not a top 5 wide receiver. Watch. NFL wide receiver stats. I can prove this like nothing. Stephon Diggs is better. DeAndre Hopkins is better. Devontae Adams is better. Tyreek Hill is better. And that's off the top of my head right there. Just looking at these stats. Keenan Allen's better. Cooper Kupp's better. Amari Cooper's better. Julio Jones is better. DK Metcalf is such an unoriginal player. I'm telling you, once DK Metcalf is going to fall off if he can't figure out his route tree. Not hating at all. He was a beast in the first half of the season last year and then dropped off in production. Yeah, Cooper Kupp is a great wide receiver. Go watch some of his film. He's a beast. Man, you're not watching the right football then. Sheesh. Cleveland Browns pick is in. Oh, they're doing another speech. I don't know. I don't think DK's like a top. I don't think DK's a top 5 receiver. Is he top 10? Sure, but not top 5. Can you imagine being like someone who gets to announce a pick for the draft? Oh my gosh, he's chewing gum to announce the pick. With the 26th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Greg Newsome, cornerback, Northwestern. Wow. Why'd they go? They have Denzel Ward and Greedy Williams. I guess they want Newsome for the slot, maybe? I don't know. I can't think of why they would want Greg Newsome. So, Greg Newsome, I remember looking at him because looking at players for the Patriots. I didn't care for Greg Newsome because he was more of a slot, a zone corner. So, Greg Newsome didn't have a great. He had an okay year last year. 380 87 defensive snaps. On 34 targets, allowed 12 receptions, so he wasn't targeted all that much. Allowed a 31 passer rating. Very patient zone eyes, exceptional at playing deep to shallow, good length, and feet that can dance, no clunkiness in his game. Cons, very little closing juice, a lot of sitting high on top of routes. Saw very little legit wide receiver talent outside of the Ohio State game, and a slight frame. So, and they're saying Ohio State game, he didn't play great against Ohio State. So, not looking that good. Pure outside corner zone. He doesn't even necessarily fit what the Browns' scheme is. I don't know. I don't really like this pick for the Browns. I think they could have used a linebacker more than the corner, but I don't know. The Baltimore Ravens are on the clock with the 27th overall pick. 6 picks remaining. Do we get through all of them before midnight? Probably not. And more commercials. Woo! So, Newsome, he's good zone player, but he definitely doesn't fit what the Browns are doing. Unless the Browns are a zone team and I'm just blanking, but I'm pretty sure they were man. Because I'm pretty sure Denzel Ward is more of a man guy. Ravens pick is in, but we're on commercial, so it's going to be a while. We've been streaming for almost 4 hours now. Crazy. Thank you for watching. Really appreciate it. 7 likes on the stream. Thank you so much. That'd be crazy if Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah fell out of the first round. 6, you disliked? Man. I hate it here. Ravens probably went wide receiver or offensive lineman here. With how few wide receivers have gone here, I thought more would have gone. The second round's going to be very wide receiver heavy because, yeah, Cooper Kupp is better than DK right now. Have you looked at Cooper Kupp's routes? Shoosh! Those things are amazing. Rashad Bateman hasn't gone. Elijah Moore, Terrace Marshall, Rondale Moore, Daemi Brown, Josh Palmer, Amon-Ra St. Brown. All these guys, they're going to go tomorrow. Between the second and third rounds. So, I'm guessing this is offensive line here. Or maybe it's, so this might actually be wide receiver because New Orleans and Green Bay do have wide receiver needs. So you can go get the offensive line with the later pick because they have the 30th as well. I did record the draft, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to edit it down without commercials and see how much of a difference it makes. Because I'm really curious to see how much the commercials make an impact on the runtime. Mel Kiper's top available. He's got Elijah Moore, Christian Barmore, Joke, Trayvon Merrick, and Tevin Jenkins. Yeah, I'm surprised a bunch of these guys haven't gone yet, especially Joke and Barmore. I'm guessing this is Elijah Moore, though. Marquise Hollywood Brown has been not very Hollywood, and he's their number one receiver, so they're a team that needs receiver help. With the 27th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Rashad Bateman, wide receiver, Minnesota. So they decide to go wide receiver here. I'm going to guess that means they go offensive line with the second first-round pick they have from the Chiefs. Ravens needed another wide receiver. Marquise Brown, like I said, wasn't getting it done. They needed a wide receiver to pair with him and get Lamar Jackson another weapon. Now, I don't think Bateman is that great of a wide receiver. Looking at his tape, he's more of a vertical runner, kind of like DK Metcalf, but not as physically gifted. He does a lot of run after the catch, so I think that's going to be an issue for him. But pull him up here. So Rashad Bateman, he's got great release, but very slow. Basketball background, he's got after the catch. Showed he could win both inside and outside. Has drops, but still attacks the ball when contested situations. He's a good, not great athlete. Focus drops have been a consistent issue. 19 drops on 166 career catchable balls. So he's got to work on not dropping the ball. He doesn't want to be the next Jerry Jeudy, but definitely a talented receiver nonetheless. Saints on the clock, looks like the pick might be in. Yep, pick is in. But they're going to commercial, per usual. Way too many commercials. Here probably went more linebacker or wide receiver. Maybe a corner, but I don't think there's any first round worthy corners left. Other than maybe, I'm trying to think. Eric Stokes, maybe. Oh, Asante Samuel actually might be the pick here. If he doesn't go here, he's probably going to go to Buffalo. Asante Samuel Jr. Father played for the Patriots and Eagles back in the day. Then linebacker-wise, I think this might be where Joke goes. Wait, so you're saying Devontae Adams is not as good as DK Metcalf? Major cap. Can tell you that right now. Devontae Adams is a beast. Lying to yourself on that one. This is probably going to be either Elijah Moore or Joke. Any other linebackers this might be? Nick Bolton, maybe? This might be Nick Bolton or Jabril Cox. But I can't think of another position. Maybe an edge in Gregory Rousseau. DK is a beast, but Devontae Adams is way better. And it's not even close. Like, if I'm in a fantasy draft and I have DK and Devontae Adams, I'm taking Devontae Adams. He is way better. DK Metcalf has no route tree. He's got speed and contested catch ability. So granted that works, but what happens when you throw a safety over the top? He's shut down. And that's what happened in the second half of the season last year. The offense did terrible. Dropped off. Saints pick is in, waiting for Goodell to go to the podium. They're going to rock with Jameis Winston, Taysom Hill this year. Little interesting, but it's wide receiver, corner, or linebacker. Just don't know which one. There's Rams fans at the draft. What the heck is the point? Your team doesn't have a pick. Goodell's announcing the Saints pick. What? Okay then. The New Orleans Saints with the 28th overall pick, the 2021 NFL Draft, select Peyton Turner, defensive end out of Houston. I've never heard of this guy. Peyton Turner. 5 games last year, 200 defensive snaps. Had 5 sacks, 2 hits, 4 hurries. Physicality is his biggest strength, biggest weakness, competition level. Played against awful teams. Did bad against BYU, who has a great offensive line. Long arms and violent hands, fights to end of every rep, some intriguing cornering ability for a big man, inside-outside versatility. Breakout in 2020 was only 4 games. Owned tackles but won't sniff the NFL and was notably quiet against BYU's Brady Christensen. Really high cut, staying low was an issue. So he's an edge rusher that I've never heard of. This is it's a bit interesting. The Packers pick is already in. Peyton Turner. I don't think I've ever seen Turner put into the second round of a mock draft either. Even throw that out there. So that's a bit of an odd pick. The competition he played was awful. He played Tulsa, BYU, Navy, UCF, and Memphis. Not very good. And he didn't even have that great of a 2019 or 2018 year either. 3-year starter. 9 career sacks. He's got hurries and hits, but no finishes. I don't know. I think this is an odd pick. Packers on the clock. The pick is in. Have not heard anything about Aaron Rodgers. So I'm guessing they're still not doing anything with that. So John Lynch said they called Green Bay about Aaron Rodgers. Said, yeah, we inquired. And it was a quick end to the conversation. It wasn't happening. So Rodgers staying with the Packers, I guess. We're going to make it before midnight. Are we? 11:45. 4 more picks? We might. Depends on how long it takes for them to get this Packers pick in. Jeez, I'm still excited for the Mac Jones pick. Loved that so much. Don't think that was easily the best pick you could have made there. There's no other good pick. The Packers pick has been in for like the last 5 minutes, and they take so long to go up and do it. So as soon as the Saints pick was announced, the Packers pick was already in. Goodell looks very tired. With the 29th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Packers select Eric Stokes, cornerback out of Georgia. So they don't go wide receiver. They don't go defensive tackle. But they go cornerback. I guess they need a corner after Kevin King. That was awful how he played last year. But I don't know. It's still... I feel like they had other needs. And Asante Samuel was easily the better corner. So I don't understand that either. But Eric Stokes, I think it'll be a good pick in the long run. But it is a bit of an odd one right now. So Eric Stokes. Yeah, see, he wasn't even rated in the top half. So he had good 2018, 2019 years, then had a drop off in production in 2020. Fourth round prospect. Despite 3 years of solid performances from Stokes, there's still not a ton of wow on his tape. So pros, plays the catch point downfield very well. Well versed in press coverage, ticks the speed box. Barely tested and stingy 2020 allowed half a yard per coverage snap. Not particularly fluid, altering course, better in a straight line, not much upper body strength. 4 interceptions this year, not indicative of instincts, 2 stopped routes, and 2 overthrows, and relies on contact with wide receivers along route grabby. So he's definitely a man corner, but man, I do think there is better there. He's got the height, the size. He didn't in the competition that he played that was good this year. He did not play well. Did awful against Bama. Played awful against the Gamecocks. Did awful against Kentucky. He played awful against Arkansas. Like, come on now. That's Felipe Franks over there. You gotta do better than that. Not a great pick there. I don't think. I think they could have done better. Buffalo on the clock, a little over 3 minutes left for the pick. Only 3 more picks left in the draft. Bills have done well drafting the last few years. I think a lot of teams definitely got the players they needed in the first round here, but there are still some questionable moves, which is always something that happens. Bill's guy in the war room is passing around a pamphlet. Couldn't tell what was on it. Bills are probably going to go Asante Samuel here. Their only real need is his corner. Ugh. Almost 4.5 hours streaming. Bill's pick is in. It's got to be Asante Samuel. It's the only pick that makes sense. Maybe an edge with Zizo Julari or Jason Owe. But looks like it might be Jason Owe getting drafted. Goodell walking up to the podium with the pick. Ooh. All right. Didn't see that coming. With the 30th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Gregory Rousseau, edge rusher out of Miami. I don't think Rousseau should have been a first round pick. I'm guessing the Bills wanted him but didn't think they would get him at any point in the second round, so they just took him early. I do think he has a chance to develop. He's very raw, is what I've seen out of him. But those guys always have a chance to develop. So Gregory Rousseau he did not play last year, right? So pros egregiously freaky build, like an ideal edge defender, special bend, former wide receiver, deadly from an interior alignment. So cons. So not much of a power aspect of his game yet. Not many counters or second reaction moves. Ankle injury ended his freshman season, and struggle against offensive tackles. So he's played a lot of A gap and outside the tackle. So he's either edge or lining up like a D tackle, which is a little odd. But production in 2019 was okay. In 13 games, 529 snaps, he got 16 sacks. So he was already on pace to be a top pick. But as he's working more on 2019 film, so that's probably why he dropped. But Bills get an edge rusher to help their already pretty good defense. Not happy being a Pats fan, but still looking good. Two more picks to go, and then we're done. Ravens are on the clock with 5.5 minutes left. Wouldn't be surprised if Tampa Bay trades back. They don't have any immediate needs. I'd take full advantage of that. Take full advantage of the fact that you don't have to go do anything crazy. Trade back, rack up prospects. Yeah, Pats have Harry. There were trade rumors for him this off season, but nothing went through.
Gregory Rousseau has called this night a dream since he was 7 years old. How does the reality match the dream?
I mean, it's amazing, you know. First and foremost, like God is great. You know, I wouldn't be here without His blessings, man. And also, just a big thanks to all the people around me. You know, like my family, my mom, my dad, my brothers, and motivated.
Trying to think, what's the most questionable pick that happened in this draft so far?
I mean, I owe them the world, you know, and I'm just super blessed and highly favored, and I'm just so thankful.
All right, Harry's not better than DK.
She's a nurse. She's
Don't even go there.
COVID patients, and you opted out. What do you want Buffalo fans to know?
Peyton Turner's definitely the worst pick in the draft. And before that, it would have been Jamin Davis. Jamin Davis probably shouldn't have gone that high. But yeah, Peyton Turner, Eric Stokes, those were odd picks too. So was the Etienne and Newsom. A lot of these late picks were very odd. Didn't necessarily expect them. Ravens on the clock. I'm guessing they're trying to figure out which offensive tackle they want to take. You're going to need a right tackle because Ronnie Stanley's taking the left side. Little over 3 minutes left for the pick for the Ravens. And they go to commercial break. Because DK's not that good, my guy.
Get 25 to 50% off everything.
Ravens pick is in.
Gifts at prices you'll love.
We're almost done tonight.
Only at K.
So many advertisements.
T-Mobile is America's largest and fastest 5G network. And now we're America's most reliable 5G network. To celebrate, everyone can upgrade their experience with a free 5G upgrade. Trade in any working cell phone for a free 5G Samsung Galaxy. And at T-Mobile, when you switch, get unlimited 5G.
Alright, I like this game.
Plan with the other guy. The free 5G
You give me a name and I tell you if DK's better. Alright. I got you.
Before, you got started with a key, then the button. Now,
Need something to do with just the two of us here. AJ Brown. Oof. I'd say they're pretty equal right now. I wouldn't say one's better than the other.
Before, you have to be awake to make a difference.
They both are very impactful for their team.
The all-new, all-electric Volkswagen ID4.
It's why we get up on Saturday. Look forward to Sunday.
Terry McLaurin. Alright, DK Metcalf's better than Terry McLaurin, but Terry McLaurin is very underrated as a wide receiver. I think if he'd be a great wide receiver too if he played for a team other than Washington. But it's very tough because he's like a lower tier wide receiver one. Metcalf's better than Debo. Debo's a wide receiver too. Ayuk's gonna be the best receiver there. I completely forgot about Michael Thomas. Michael Thomas is the better receiver. He's the slant master.
There are two picks remaining in round one. The Baltimore Ravens have the penultimate pick in this round, and they do because of that trade they made with Kansas City, sending their arch rivals exactly what the Chiefs needed, which is the big offensive tackle Orlando Brown. In exchange, the Ravens getting some draft capital, including this pick here. I look at Baltimore's favorite son, Mel Kiper, to try and figure out what the Ravens are going to do. I do see the commissioner near the podium. Perhaps we have the pick in that quickly.
Okay, good.
I'm told it's just 10 seconds away. A little miscommunication.
The pick isn't. Julio Jones is better than Metcalf. The pick is in for the Ravens.
With the 31st pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Jason Owe, linebacker, Penn State.
Really? Alright, so with the 31st pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Jason Owe, linebacker out of Penn State. So, the Ravens needed pass rush after a lot of their guys left, Judon and a few others, but I'm a little surprised they didn't go wide receiver or I'm sorry, not wide receiver. They already took wide receiver. I'm surprised they didn't go offensive tackle here. That's a little surprising to me. Jason Owe. Oh, the Buccaneers pick is already in, so hopefully they don't take too long with that. Edge defenders, Jason Owe. So he had a productive 2020 year with in 347 defensive snaps. He had 5 hits, 15 hurries. He had a pass rush grade 80, run defense grade 89. So he was a good run defender. Physically different type to get off in speed that you don't see in every draft class. Eats up options as the unblocked man. Frame built to play off the edge, ultra lean, long 252 pounds, changed man in his use of leverage in 2020. Some cons: rushes die on contact too often, agility doesn't match his straight line speed, passiveness to his game, and pass rush moves still in the coaching phase. So he had a great game against Indiana and then was kind of after that. To get back to your question, DeAndre Hopkins is way better than DK Metcalf. Owe played mostly outside of the tackle, so he's a pure edge rusher. But he's going to have to work on it. He's going to have to work on a lot of his stuff. He's got the juice, but he's got to put his craft into it. He gets compared to Montez Sweat. It says the Buccaneers pick is in, so I'm hoping... Oh, Goodell is going up to the podium to make the pick. Here we go. Last pick of the night. Surprised they didn't trade out. With the 32nd pick in the 2021 NFL Draft and the last pick of the first round, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Joe Tryon, linebacker, out of Washington. Opted out of 2020, didn't play great in 2019. 613 snaps, had 9 sacks, 4 hits, 28 hurries. Comparison to Jalen Ferguson, he played a lot of edge, attacks, one of the country's best bull rushers, ideal size, explosives off the line, but he's a bull in a china shop, no rhyme or reason to some of his moves. Feel as a pass rusher isn't quite there, no counters once the initial move stalls. Sinking under blocks is not his forte. Where was the dominance? Not a single game grade over 80 in his career. His production profile doesn't come close to matching his physical one. So he's a very physical guy, but did not produce as a linebacker. So I don't understand the pick here for the Bucs. This is a severe overdraft. Well, the draft room's happy about it. So I guess that makes some people. But anyways, guys, thank you so much for watching. 2 of you in here right now. But to anyone rewatching back, thank you for making it through the stream. Really appreciate it. If you aren't already, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. Would be greatly appreciated. Hope you all have a great day tomorrow. We'll be starting the stream around 6:30, I believe. Maybe won't go the entire night for a stream, but we'll see. Best non-Pats pick, I'd have to go with... let me pull up the picks real quick. You get to a point where you forget what was going on. I like the Kadarius Toney pick. I like the Toney pick for the Giants. And the Vera Tucker pick for the Jets. And the Rashawn Slater move for the Chargers. The offensive line moves were very helpful, and Toney brings another receiver for the Giants to use. Worst pick? Oh my gosh, you can just look from 24 down. The only ones that weren't completely questionable were Greg Newsome with the Browns, Rashad Bateman with the Ravens, and Jason Owe with the Ravens as well. But Tryon was severely overdrafted. Peyton Turner overdrafted. Stokes overdrafted. Just leaves a lot of talented guys to be taken in the top of the second tomorrow. But thank you again for watching. Have a great rest of your night if you're staying up. I'm going right to bed, but do what you want. Have a great day at work or school, whatever you're doing tomorrow. But I will see you all in the stream tomorrow. Let's go, Pats.